Hmm. Hello. Sorry, technical difficulties. Had to end the show because let me do this. I forgot to invite. Oh, let me do my invite. Okay. Um, I already did the video for the other show. What happened was I clicked on the button and it made me bring up other things. So now we're back.
Yeah, we back.
Yep. So, uh, so Mr. Corona, let me move this stuff so I could tell you what you did.
All right. I probably got like six right and like
Okay.
15 wrong, or five right and like 15 wrong.
Yeah, thank you, Nathan.
What's up, Bebop?
Hey, Bebop. Okay, here we go. Let me see. Okay, that's what shall be total. John Jay's back.
I'm back.
Yeah. Okay, so let me see where.
Almost forgot. Shout out to the my Warriors brother.
Nope, nope, nope.
All right, it's enough.
So, David Corona,
Yes,
you
sir.
went 7 out of 13.
Oh, wow. I
And
thought I
John
only got like
Jay did out of 9 out of 11.
nine
David
of 11.
Corona, 9 out of 11. Brian Cup tied with you, 7 out of 13. Fork, he did 8 out of 12. And Nathan, he did 11 out of 9.
What's up, Nathan?
Yep, 11 out of 9,
11
Nathan.
out of 9.
So he
Good job,
was
Nathan.
he was leading the thing, no, but the total leaders for the 3 games. Where is it? Where did I put it? I put it somewhere. I wrote it down. Okay, chapter 5 lead is gonna be John Jay, Brian Cup, No Border Sports, David Corona, David McNiner, Joe Stevens, Fork, and Nathan Z and Steve O. And then Damian Leaf, he come back. And then I got 2 spaces. YTC, if he comes in, be able to come in. The word, oh, here it is. Okay, total of all. John Jay's with 35 out of 21. David McNiner is 33 out of 27. Novoda Sports is 28 out of 28. Brian Cup is 26 out of 34. And David Corona is 25 out of 35.
Damn.
And then I Nathan is 11 out of 9. Fork is 8 out of 12. And YTC is 11 out of 9. But see, they only ones got, because
They only
that was
got
their
one
first
week.
game. 1
Yeah,
week,
they only
yeah.
got one week.
So John Jay is in the lead right now.
All right, on. I need to do. I need to do better next round.
Yep.
25 out of 35. Damn, that's horrible.
Well, this time, David Croner, you'll be able to see what everybody say and follow along.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm not trying to copy. I'm trying to do. I'm trying to
Yes,
do it by
sir.
myself. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah.
Because if you keep copying people, you don't get better. You just how can I say it? I guess you could copy if you want.
Yes, Nathan, I'm doing it tomorrow. Trivia's tomorrow, 8 o'clock.
Nice.
8 o'clock Pacific time, 11 o'clock Eastern time. So I don't know where you follow between that, who you from and what time.
Oh man.
I don't know if you Central or are you in the Bay Area? I don't know.
Where you located at, Nathan?
I'm
Um,
I'm located in the Farallon Islands. I'm jo-
Uh,
I'm joking.
I'm at Hawaii. Nah, just
Hawaii.
just kidding.
um,
Fia Lewis from Hawaii.
yep.
Yeah, I want to go take a trip to Hawaii. I never. My my
Any
wife wants to
news on the
go.
49ers today?
Nothing major to talk about.
He's from the East Coast.
Oh, so basically, yeah. So 3 hours away. So it's
Yeah.
on 11 o'clock. Oh, he's from Florida.
Oh wow.
Hopefully he. Never mind.
Coming in. The other man, you know what I looked at? David McNiner. I looked at. I know so many.
Scrabble.
I looked at. I said, man, all my life I've been having friends named David. When I was a kid, growing up, my
Yeah.
neighbors down the street, his name was David. His name was David Barstow. And then when I got at school, I have friends. I can't remember his last name, but his name was David. And then I got in middle school. Again, another David. His name was David Trevino. And also in middle school, I had two friends named David. David Trevino and David Kieskin. And then in high school, I have a couple friends in there in high school named David. I'm like, man, why is all these friends named David? And then um my job, David.
I was like,
If you didn't notice, the Chicago symbol was actually backwards.
yeah, I
Yeah.
know. I was gonna say
Yeah.
that right now too. That's why I laughed.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
there's
my job, David.
a lot of Davids out there in the world.
Yep.
It's a common. It's a common name. It's like
Yep.
more common than John. Like I went to school like it's called Catholic. I don't know if you guys have them where you guys are at. And Filipino families, a lot of the kids are called David because David, Mark, Luke, Matthew, because they're very religious. They're good people. Like one thing about Filipino people that I will always have a little bit of sympathy for really good people. Like they're nice. Especially like the moms, you know, who have the accents. They're nice to you. They'll feed you. They'll feed you. But at the same time, you do not want to make a Filipino mom angry. Same thing with Samoans. They're wonderful people. You just don't want to make the mom angry because that's just, a cultural thing. Yeah. So yeah. So yeah, Filipinos, and then of course, like Spanish families, because we got a lot of Mexicans out here in the Bay Area, because of course it's California, dude. And a lot of the dads, the sons, call their sons David. So David is like so common.
Those people in the South, like my family in the South, they believe in feeding you. I mean, when I was out in Louisiana, it was like, what you want to eat? If you say one thing, they say, no, I want you to pile some more on your plate. Like, I was like, we woke up at 2 o'clock and we going to go fix us 2 a.m. in the morning. We was going to fix us a little snack. My auntie woke up and she come in there and said, what y'all doing? Oh, we was fixing a little sandwich. No, y'all just want a sandwich? Y'all want some chicken? Y'all want this? Y'all want this? Want this? We like, auntie, it's 2 in the morning. We not used to. We not
Late
used to
snack.
that.
Late snack.
We like, huh?
Yep.
You gonna get up and cook us some chicken? Yeah.
Yeah.
You gonna get up and cook us a lasagna and all this stuff? Yeah.
That's a that's a late snack.
I'm like, auntie, that's something you like dinner 2 in the morning. Out. If we was at home, my mama would never got up and said, I don't cook all this. She said, y'all better go in there and fix your peanut butter jelly sandwich.
Huh, right?
Sure.
You got that right.
Like I remember when I was working, there was this dude, and at the job site they had a grill, not not those barbecue, like a grill, like one of those like smokers or whatever. And when he worked, because he was a senior position, so he was like a manager. But when he worked on Saturdays, he would bring ribs and he would put it in the refrigerator, and all the staff that was there late closing up, we would close up like 90 minutes early, because Saturday night, people are not doing nothing. So he started like smoking the smoker, the barbecue pit. It was fun, and we would stay there, and he would cook ribs, and it was fun. It was so fun. So, but that didn't happen all the time. But when he was there working on the weekends, yeah, this guy, I think he was from Louisiana, like old school. Like he was already in his 70s. Like he was retired, but he still worked, and good guy. And he taught me how to cook ribs, and I was like, wow, there's so much things you need to do when you have to cook ribs. So yeah.
Let me see. I got my phone back on now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna see if any news.
Ribs pretty bomb, man.
Mm-hmm.
I like those ribs, like they rip off the bone and like nice and tender.
Oh yeah.
That's it. Yeah, that shit's bomb.
Okay, so I gotta ask David Corona, because you live in California. We make the best tacos. I'm sorry. Do you agree with that? We make the best tacos.
I don't know. I never had a San Francisco taco before.
No, I'm talking about like LA. I know they got good tacos, but like a lot of people say like other states make good tacos. We make the best tacos in California. LA.
Oh yeah, California. Hell yeah, California. Hell yeah.
Because TRL and YTC they think Taco Bell is Mexican food.
No, hell no.
No.
Yeah, California tacos. Yeah, we the best.
Yep. Down at our city hall, you got all those people with trucks that make food,
Yeah,
and the number one truck that makes a lot of money is the taco truck. So one day I
right.
went there with an old girlfriend who we don't date no more, but she was a big taco girl. She loved her tacos. She said, "John Jay, you got to go over here." So we went over there, and I took a bite. And I'm like, "Oh my gosh, this is way good." I've had so much Mexican food in my life. I don't know what happened, and she didn't tell me, but she was like the part owner, and her brother, was a chef, and he was a good chef. He knew how to make good Mexican food. So they brought me in there, and I was like, everything was fresh, everything. They had
Oh yeah.
no freezers, no nothing. He would pick up the stuff in the morning, and he would sell it. That's why it was so fresh. The
What's your favorite taco?
I like it simple. I like the corn tortilla with the
Yeah.
carne asada with the
Oh
cilantro
yeah,
and
onions and green salsa.
whatever that vegetable is that comes with it.
Oh, like cabbage or the red thing.
Yeah, I think yeah, it's red.
Yeah, I don't. I know what you're talking about, but I don't like it.
Yeah, so
My favorite taco.
Okay.
My favorite taco. You know that thing that spins around and gets the fire.
well, I've seen those before. Yeah.
Yeah, I like that one with the pineapple on top with some
Mm,
green green cilantro and some green salsa. Oh
mm,
yeah, that's just bomb.
yeah. It's just too
Okay.
bad I don't drink. It's like when they eat their tacos, they have a beer. I don't
Oh
drink.
yeah,
I don't drink.
yeah. That's pretty good with a beer. Hell yeah.
Yeah. I don't drink. Like I think I'm the only adult in my family that does not drink. I don't drink,
Yeah,
smoke, nothing. I got no tattoos.
Okay.
I'm lame.
Okay.
that's a. Nah, never mind. I'm not gonna go there.
We're still very excited about Trey, but I think the way Brock played, he probably earned the rights to be the guy. But it's certainly a competition. We'll always have that. So, what do y'all think about that?
Mm,
Um, Go ahead, John, if you want to start.
um. Well, like I talked about it on my stream yesterday. Like if Brock Purdy was not hurt, if he was not hurt, if he was healthy, and he was able to do OTAs, I think Brock Purdy would have been quarterback number one. Like again, I like Trey Lance. I feel bad for the kid. He has to prove to the Niners and the fans that he was a number three pick. But hopefully he proves everybody wrong and gets that opportunity. And it's looking more and more that Trey Lance is going to start the season. Like uh, a lot of people have been saying, yeah, it looks like Trey Lance is going to start week one. But if Brock Purdy was not hurt, he technically went 8 wins. Like he won 8 games. Like the 6 games in the regular season, the 2 playoff games, played 9 games. He played phenomenal. He played really well. Unfortunately, he got hurt. I just hope that Trey Lance gets to showcase how he plays football. But if Trey Lance is still running the football like a running back, and he's basically doing what Kyle, like a lot of these read options, then you can tell Kyle got it wrong. And let Trey throw the football. Let him do what Brock Purdy did. I don't know what Kyle, you know, and but at the end of the day, I will say this, 100%. I will say this, that if Trey Lance is losing games and he's not performing well,
Mm.
you put Brock Purdy. Or if Brock Purdy still needs some more time to rest, put Sam Darnold. I just want a competent quarterback behind center. And I know David McNider's not going to like this, but I'm going to say Jimmy Garoppolo was not a bad option for last year, what happened. Again, I'm not saying that I want to Trey to get hurt, but Jimmy was not a bad option to run that offense. So we need a competent quarterback. It doesn't matter who it is. That's just my thoughts.
And for me, honest with you, like I don't think Trey Lance is really there like Brock Purdy. So he's gonna start week one. So if he wants the job, he better step it up and shine if he wants to keep going and start. Because when Brock Purdy comes back, he's taking over, and he's gonna take us over that hump where we need to go and win that sixth championship. So that's my thought.
David McNiner.
What's up, buddy? What's going on?
We was talking about.
Trey Lance.
We was talking about oh boy, I left of it because I thought we
About Trey Lance starting. If Brock Purdy didn't get injured, should he start or Trey Lance?
I said we are
Or
still very excited.
So
Here, let me read.
when it comes down to it, look, I think you're talking about what Kyle and Lynch are talking about. We're talking
Yeah.
about. So they always, I mean, I think Kyle or Lynch even said that even they are up for trade. Even they would listen for a trade for themselves. So when it comes down to it, we listen to everything, is what they say. But I'm convinced that these guys are just trying to get us in the news at this point because we're not trading Trey Lance. Unless the team absolutely blows us away, Trey Lance is not getting traded. Sam Darnold, when it comes to the split reps thing, okay, let's look at what Josh Johnson, when he came in the game, did he even look like he was ready to play? I'm going to say no.
It was lost.
So Kyle now has in his head that he's going to have to give all three quarterbacks first team reps. So no matter what, the quarterback is ready to go in. That's what I think is going on there, and it does make sense. But I just don't. Trey Lance knows the system. Sam Darnold don't. Sam Darnold has been in the league for a few years. Yeah, he's been on garbage teams, and he actually did pretty good with Carolina last year. But that doesn't mean he's going to beat out Trey Lance in a competition. Brock Purdy, they're saying 6 to 8 weeks at this point. And the reason why Kyle Shanahan said that is because it's true, or 6 to 8 months. So I honestly don't expect to see Brock Purdy until week 4 because after he's done rehabbing, he still has to get in game shape. If they're going to have an open competition, let them have an open competition. Trey Lance is the type of guy that will thrive in a situation like that. So, we all remember that game he had against Houston, the second half, when he just lit him up. Looked like an NFL QB to me, And the kid needs reps. He needs time on the field. And how is he supposed to get that? If our coaching staff is like, oh, we need to win now, we're going to put this QB in because the kid ain't ready. Dude, like, you wasted his entire rookie year. We made it to the NFC Championship game and couldn't get it done. That whole year was just wasted. Every year we don't win a Super Bowl is a waste, but that's my opinion.
You're right.
Yeah.
But it is right now. Trey Lance is working on, he's rehabbing himself because of his ankle. He's starting to throw again, and he needs to work on his mid to intermediate passes. But he knows that, and he's going to work on that. Nothing replaces being in an NFL game. I'm thinking the chances of Brock Purdy being ready week 1 right now are, I'm going to give it a 40% chance because of how long everything, the rehab. We still don't know how everything's going to go. He could have a setback. We have no idea.
Mhm.
None of that stuff's even going to be starting for a couple more months. So
But
right now it's Sam Darnold and it's Trey Lance and whoever we pick with the last pick in the 7th round. I'm just, I'm totally joking. I have no idea if they're going to take a quarterback.
but we
But
don't want we don't want to start Brock Purdy if he's not really healthy and let him get injured again and he's going to be out for more longer or rest of the year or maybe 2 years.
or have to have Tommy Johns, and that's like a full calendar year.
Exactly.
That's a bad situation. But
Yeah.
that's why we just let the rehab process happen. Don't rush him. Make sure he's healthy
Yep.
because he is an excellent quarterback off the bench. We know that. That's what
Exactly.
we
Yep.
know. That's what we know. We don't
Um,
know how he's going to respond to the league having all that tape on him and adjusting to him. That's something we haven't seen yet. But right now, I look at it like Trey Lance is QB1. All this talk is just that. It's just talk.
yeah.
You're right.
And,
Um,
unless the team absolutely blows us away, offers the moon, the sun, and the stars for Trey Lance, it's not going to happen.
yeah. Um, okay, so yeah, I agree. I don't think it's gonna be. Um, I think it's gonna be Trey Lance starting till Brock Purdy can prove that he's healthy enough to come in. That's how I want it. They can still have a competition between um
Him and Sam Darnold.
him, Sam Donald, but
But
like
he really
like
doesn't
David
know the
said,
playbook.
he don't know the playbook. But there's another question. Here's another question. I saw today on NC on with Joe and No Border Sports talking about saying that Coach Kyle Shanahan said is only going he's not keeping three quarterbacks. He only going they're gonna roll with his two.
Wow.
So what do y'all think about that?
I
What do you
don't.
think about that, John Jay?
It's the No Border Sports. That's Ryan, right?
Yeah.
And he said that.
That's what yeah, he said that the coach Kyle said. Shanahan said the 49ers only gonna roll.
I don't think that's good.
So let's look at every year since Kyle Shanahan has been the head coach. How many minimum quarterbacks has Kyle Shanahan had? The answer
One,
is three.
two, three.
Okay, we had we had Hoyer, we had Bethard, we had Hoyer, Bethard, and I forgot
Jimmy.
who was the other quarterback. Then in 2018, Jimmy, Hoyer. No, actually, no. Jimmy,
See,
Bethard, and
see.
Mullins.
Yeah.
2019, Jimmy Hoyer. No, Jimmy Bethard. So basically, from 2018 to 2020, they had the same three quarterbacks. Then we had Trey Lance, Jimmy Garoppolo, and I think Sutfeld. What's that number? Whoever the number three quarterback in 2021 was, we
Mhm.
had three quarterbacks. Last year, we had three quarterbacks: Jimmy, Trey, and Purdy. So has Kyle changed his mind? Has Kyle changed his mind? So that's the first question. Now, if Kyle's going to have two quarterbacks, you're basically saying that Sam Darnold's the backup, Brock Purdy is your franchise quarterback, and Trey Lance is obsolete. That's what I take from that. Overall, we're gonna have 3 quarterbacks on the roster because we're gonna keep a practice squad quarterback. Someone is gonna be on the practice squad. Okay. If we're only gonna have 2 quarterbacks, one quarterback is gonna be on the practice squad. So overall, like, I disagree with his comment. Like everyone is entitled to their own opinion, but when I hear stuff like that, I'm like, that's an opinion. That's an opinion. That's not fact. Okay, people don't want to hear facts, and I'm gonna say something that's 100% true. 100% true. Okay, people do not like to hear the truth because it makes them feel like like it makes them feel crummy and crappy. Like what like for an example, like I don't want to do this, but this is the best way to describe our fan base. When you when you're watching a nature show and a lion is eating a gazelle, Niner fans are like, that's not true. A lion cannot eat a gazelle, but that's the truth. So a lot of 49er fans need to understand that the truth and reality and the facts are not supposed to make you happy. Opinions make you feel happy, and that's our fan base. So I, I wanted to use that analogy because I didn't want to, you know, be a little bit rude and disrespectful, but that's the best way. Like, opinions are opinions, facts are facts. So people can say whatever they want. I respect everyone's opinion, but I will never clickbait or BS anybody. But back to Corey's question, I disagree with that comment.
Yep, me too. Why? Why? Because look at what happened last year. We had 4 quarterbacks, and almost and look at Trey Lance went down, Jimmy went down, Brock Purdy went down in the NFC Championship. Johnson, he went down with concussion, and Brock Purdy came back, but he couldn't throw. So he needs to bring all 3 quarterbacks in. Because what happens if we go in the playoffs and say our 2 quarterbacks get injured and we don't got a backup quarterback? Who's gonna come in? We don't got it. So we need at least 3 quarterbacks on the roster. That's my opinion.
David McNiner.
So what did Ryan say?
Well, he said Cal said this. It was in a press conference. His conference. He said we only rolling with 3 quarterbacks.
Three,
I mean,
or
two
two?
quarterbacks. He said we only rolling with 2.
Huh.
That's not good.
That's not a good idea.
Exactly.
I mean, we went through 4. So, like, what are you gonna do? You gonna cut Sam Darnold? Well, you know what? What did Kyle mean exactly? Like, what was the question he was asked? Do you have that?
No, I don't know. It was
Because as of right now, we have 2 quarterbacks. So, and Brock Purdy's injured, not going to be back for 6 to 8 months. So maybe that's what he meant is we're rolling with 2 quarterbacks, as in we're
yeah.
not going to.
That's probably
Not.
what it is.
That's probably what he meant. I mean, that's. I didn't hear the question that was asked, so, the context. So,
So what you're saying? We're going with 2 quarterbacks to Brock Purdy comes healthy.
exactly.
Also,
And then we'll sign and cut. And then we'll cut Dante Johnson. Oh, and sign into the
also,
practice squad.
I'm sorry to cut. I'm sorry to cut you off, McNiner. In 2020, Jimmy Garoppolo got hurt. Nick Mullins got hurt. And when those 2 guys got hurt, they signed, I think, week 15, Josh Rosen. Okay. This year, a lot of people forgot this, but we signed two quarterbacks that were on the roster for like less than a month. Uh, some backup that was in Green Bay. We brought him in for like 3 weeks. Then we also signed Jacob Eason, and we had him for like 2 weeks on the practice squad. Plus, we re-signed Josh Johnson, who was on the Niners, a bunch of times, not just under Kyle Shanahan, but he's been on the Niners so many times. The Niners technically carried three quarterbacks, and when Trey Lance got hurt, we brought in a quarterback. I forgot his name. And then when Jimmy got hurt, we signed Jacob Eason as our backup, and then Josh Johnson. So no matter what, the Niners are going to have three quarterbacks on the roster, no matter what. Now, Kyle Shanahan, I listened to like a bunch of the stuff, and I read the transcript. I did a show yesterday. I did not hear that Kyle was like, we're only going to have two quarterbacks, and Brock Purdy's our guy, and Sam Darnold's the backup. He didn't say that. He did not say that. Now, maybe someone took it out of context. Maybe when they were asking him, Sam Darnold and Trey Lance are going to be the quarterbacks who are going to be competing for the job. And they took that, so they got two quarterbacks, so they're only going to carry two quarterbacks. Sometimes, these beat writers, Grant Cohen, yada, they love to stir up the pot. And again, they are who they are. So we'll see what happens. But I will say this: in June, that's the earliest. Basically, the second Monday of June will be the day Brock Purdy will start throwing the football. If he's not throwing the football by June 12th, there's a setback. If he's still wearing that brace in the month of June, that's a setback. So let's hope. And again, like, I'm not saying we let's rush Purdy. Take as much time as possible. That's why Kyle says 8 months. Worst case scenario, 8 months. So we need a quarterback. We need Sam Darnold and Trey Lance to work out for those possible 4, maybe 5 games. That's what he's saying. He's not saying that Brock Purdy's going to be there. So that's why he's trying to let the media know. So I want people to understand that. But some people just, Brock Purdy's still going to have the job. Whatever.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's some people look at it, and then they put their own words to it, and then all something is not what that was he saying. He probably saying, we're gonna roll with Trey Lance and Donald, and then Brock Purdy get back. We have all three of them. And he probably, and then like Forte said, he might get one in the draft. So we might have like 2, Donald and Trey Lance. And then how we know that Brock Purdy might go on the injury reserve list at the beginning of the season. So, and I can't remember, it's like you have to miss at least, if you go on that list, you got to miss these 6 or 5 games, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep. And then I don't want to bring up this name, but this is a good example. And so Grant Cohen was doing his all SI Niner whatever with those writers with him this morning, and he went back to full 2021 mode. Like, he was saying how good Trey Lance was, that he should have been week 1 starter in 2021, blah 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 blah. Like, he changed his tone, and then he became like, and you can see what he's doing. What he's doing. I give him his hustle. I give him his respect. I know I'm not a big fan of him, but you got to give the guy his respect. He loves to stir up the pot and say things. And he went back to 2021, where I remember he had a bigger panel in just 2 years ago, and now everything has changed. But here's the point. He's back to that. Trey Lance is garbage. Trey Lance is garbage. But you just a few months ago were saying Trey Lance is really good.
Yeah.
What changed? And and it goes back to the Jimmy Garoppolo thing. I think too many people have been fooled by his, Jimmy is not as bad as most people think. I criticize him. He's not a. I'm not saying he's a great quarterback, but he really really like made Jimmy Garoppolo to be as bad as Nathan Peterman. For those who don't know, Nathan Peterman in his very first NFL game had 6 pass completions. He had 13 pass attempts and he had 3 interceptions. Okay, that's a bad quarterback in the NFL. So now he's changing his mind and saying that Trey Lance is garbage. So it's the media. So no disrespect
Yeah.
to people who cover the Niners, but you're starting to see that some of these people are a little bit toxic. The way they talk about the Niners. At the end of the day, they're fans trying to be pretend reporters. In my opinion, I hope I didn't cross the line, but I had to say that, and this is the reason. If you want a real podcast, 49ers Ultimate Report, I will give you the straight facts, information, and I will tell the truth. Apparently, people don't like that, but again, it is what it is. I'm not going to change who I am. I'm not going to sell out for money. I don't do that. So, but a lot of people they do sell their souls because these media companies, they know what they're doing. So I just want to, get real for a little bit. Hopefully, and I try my best not to go a little bit too hard. I try to keep it as respectful, but I'm always honest. But anyway, sorry about that, everybody.
Let me see. Now, just like this article, I was just reading. I say after I wanted to go to the other thing, but now it changed me. It said, let me see if it's still there. Oh, it disappeared. Oh, oh man. It disappeared on me.
What kind of phone you got, Corey?
Android. Okay, let me go with this one then. See, okay. Now this article says Kyle Shanahan says Trey Lance will have an opportunity to regain the QB1 role this all season.
Yeah, you better step it up if he wants that job. Because when Brock Purdy comes back, he's going bye-bye.
I don't know about that.
No, not bye-bye, but like he's not gonna have the job.
Yeah, like and again, like I'm gonna stand by this. I said this yesterday on my stream. I'm gonna stand by this. Trey Lance is week 1 starter. Nothing's gonna change. No, not Sam Darnold. Trey Lance.
Yeah, Trey
I
Lance is a
think
start.
I think even if Brock Purdy is cleared, like say they clear him, he doesn't have any reps. There's a reason why the preseason matters. I know a lot of people hate it because it's not competitive. It's for the rookies and the players that are trying to make a roster spot. But Brock Purdy needs those reps. That's why like a four game preseason is very crucial. The first couple of weeks is to get your bodies back to football shape. The third week is to play your starters, and the final week is to play everybody else. Those who are going to cut. So you do need that. So if Brock Purdy's not going to be in training camp and he's not going to be working out with the team, and then say he's clear, like say basically if everything goes 100% perfectly, basically a week before Thursday night football, that's not enough time. He's going to need about 4 weeks to throw the ball in practice, test his arm out, practice, He's not going to have no live competition. And even if he comes back week 6, 5 or 6, he's gonna look rusty, and and you're gonna see some mistakes. You're gonna see some issues, and that's why you don't rush the kid back. And Trey Lance, like I said, has 4 to 5 weeks to take that job and not give it back. What if Trey Lance goes 4-0? He has like 8 passing touchdowns, maybe a rushing touchdown, maybe 1 or 2 picks, and he's completing 70% of his passes. Are you going to bench that? I'm sorry. No, you do not bench that. Okay. Bill Parcells, again, I am not a Giants fan, but Bill Parcells said, if my backup quarterback is healthy and my starter is hurt and my backup is putting up numbers, I'm going to ride that quarterback until he gets hurt or if he plays awful. Okay. So you go with the hot hand. You go with the hot
Okay.
hand.
Yeah, the article I was looking for, it said, see another clickbait thing. It said Donald is gonna be the number 1 receiver quarterback. That's what it said. And I try to keep it. I should have saved it. I shared it, and I would have kept it and it would stay where it was. But now here's another article. It says why T.Y. McGill signing was the most underrated move of the 49ers all season. Of the 49ers all season. What y'all think about that? David McNiner?
No, say what? What did he say?
Why the T.Y. McGill signing was the most underrated move of the 49ers all season.
Ooh.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I honestly think he was playing pretty good when it comes to run stuffer. Decent on the pass rush.
I mean, we have a humongous question mark that I really would like to see on the field. And that is, you have got to be kidding. Sorry, I'm doing a mock draft. And Blake Freeland is still on the board at 101. How is that even possible? But, Kalia Davis, it's like we have no idea what the dude's going to do. They brought him back off the pup list last year, and that they did the right thing at that point because the reason they brought him back wasn't to throw him in a game. They wanted to see if he was going to have a setback, if his knee was properly repaired. And he practiced for several weeks, and then they left him off the playoff roster. So he's obviously didn't have a setback. He tested the knee. They got the info they needed on him. And then we have Kinlaw, and y'all know he's just not reliable. I don't even know if he's going to make the team. So right now we got Hargrave Armstead, T.Y. McGill, Evans, Leah Davis, and Kinlaw. But we have 6 guys on the inside, right?
I think. I'm sorry. I think you sound like a robot.
Yeah.
Man, is my freaking stuff messing up? It occasionally does that.
Yeah.
Is it still doing it? Do I sound like the Terminator, Milton?
You sound a little bit better, but still a little bit of. Yeah.
Okay, while we're doing, I don't read this article. It says the 49ers have been active during the first week of the new league year signing one of the most curious free agent on the market in Javon Hargrave. While that was fantastic addition for many reasons, I'm going to focus on a move involving another defensive lineman who is now under contract with the 49ers for 2023 season. On Thursday, the 49ers signed defensive tackle T.Y. McGill to a one-year deal that included guaranteed money and base salary per NFL Network. Iron report after playing for 9 different teams during the NFL career, McGill appears to have found a home on the 49ers team. Then he was a key contributor on on after being signed mid-season last year. While the 49ers dealt with injuries to Eric Armstead, Javon Kinlaw, Hassan Ridgway, and Kevin Givens, McGill stepped right in and made an immediate contribution to a depleted defensive tackle room. McGill was tremendous against the run, fortifying an entire interior that was stretched then due to number of injuries that pulled up at the position. There was an notable burst that McGill displayed with his get off, which was displayed nicely on 12 tackles for loss in the back in week 12 versus the New Orleans. Nice swim move from McGill to clear the block, bring down Kamara behind the line of scrimmage. Pro football focuses on statics called stops, which they describe as an offensive gain on first down, and kept to less 40% of the line gain less than 50% of the line gain on them. Second down, any third and fourth down play kept without first down or touchdown. This status is a great way to weigh the value given tackles, as all tackles are not created equal. A tackle for short gain to set up a third and long is going to be more valuable than tackles beyond the stick at the first down being gained, even after the first down, even though both shows up on the same in a traditional box score. By using stops, you can efficiently gauge impact that players have to run defenders time to 49ers during the 2020 season. McGill was on the field for a total of 89 snaps when the opposing team ran football. McGill recorded a stop on 8 of those 89 snaps. That stop rate that fellows just shy of 10% of incredible production output for a play who served in the death row that McGill did last season. Given how a deep the 49ers defense tackle group at the moment is realistic to expect McGill to will serve as a rotational role in a group that will be hidden by players like Armstead and Javon Hargrave. And And just keep on going.
Mm.
Um, so any other articles?
Let's see. Uh, when it comes to T.Y. McGill, I don't know if that's how you pronounce his name.
Yeah.
He played very well like last year. You know, when Kinlaw was out, he played really well. I'm not saying he was like the best defensive tackle, but you know his production, and the stats said, he did really well.
Yeah.
And man, I didn't trade up, but I still got my guy.
Oh, and the guy who's asking me what is my channel? It's 49ers Ultimate Report. I'm gonna type it in the chat so you can go check it out.
Sub Joe Stevens.
What's up, Joe?
Everybody, make sure you hit that like button. Yes. What's up? Hey, No Border Sports.
What's up, Northern Sports? What's cracking?
Where is my where are these? Okay, there we go.
How is everybody?
Hello, Eric.
What's up,
How
Eric?
you doing?
Hey Eric, how's it going, buddy?
Doing all right.
What's up, wide receiver?
Did you guys get anybody yet?
No, not yet. Nothing I know of.
Yeah.
That's John Jay with the SF.
All right. I dropped the link to my chat. I dropped the name up in the chat. My YouTube channel. So for anybody who wants to go check it out.
Too much for that.
Oh, is that Eric? Eric!
Way
Yep, it
too
is.
much.
Shout out to Eric, the Seahawks fan.
I am not making that trade. What about for the 135?
Oh man. So they're showing this old football game on my TV screen, the Bills versus the Vikings.
Fresh beer for the doctor.
Oh, that comeback game.
It's boring. Yeah, there's nothing on TV.
Hey, we got opening baseball tomorrow.
I hope my Giants beat YTC's Yankees. I'll be happy. I'll rub it in his face. He's been talking smack all off season.
No Border Sports and Joe, if y'all would like to come in, the link is in the chat. I know y'all probably just got finished doing y'all show. Yeah, I did a show with my niece and nephew, but we finished to the end, but it kind of got messed up at the ending because a thing popped up on my screen and I went to click and say click off, but somehow it says, I think it says to open it, and it opened, and then I got stuck on that one page.
Yeah, you got frozen.
I was thinking of going to the game. Okay,
What game? Bebop?
Let me ask this: how many games do y'all think the Raiders gonna win with Jimmy Garoppolo?
Really?
Oh,
I will say this. I will say this. I will say this. I know you had to end your stream. I was trying to type this in the chat, but you know
Oh,
you
okay. Yankees.
that I said I feel bad for the Raider fans, and I actually do. This is not a joke. This is not me making fun of your relatives, Corey. But as long as Al Davis, well, actually, Mark Davis, you know, is only the Raiders. He is the AFC version of Jerry Jones. He can't get
Oh.
nothing right. He can never get nothing right. His team is garbage, and it is his responsibility. You brought in Josh McDaniels. They should have kept that coach. I know he wasn't a big name, but you know he led them to the playoffs for the first time in a very very long time. Derek Carr, you know, before McDaniels, he was an efficient quarterback. It's just that they had no defense. Now let's look about Jimmy Garoppolo. Again, I don't hate him. He is limited. I do think Derek Carr is better. I'm sorry, RJ. I'm sorry, YTC's, Giants friend, but he hates Derek Carr for some reason. But overall, I will say this. Even if Jimmy plays great, which I'm not saying he is, hypothetically, say Jimmy puts up good stats or, he does really, really well, the Raiders are still going to be last in that division because they have no defense. But that's enough of me ragging on the Raiders.
If the Raiders have defense, they probably win like 8 or 9. If they don't got no defense at all, they probably win like maybe 5.
They're not going to have no defense. They're not going to have no defense.
That's what I'm saying. If they have defense, they probably win 8 or 9. If they don't have no defense, like 5 or 6.
I'm sorry. I'm calling it right now. They're going to have the number 1 pick. I'm calling it right now.
So
and
they're going.
And I'm going to explain why. Patrick Mahomes is still there. Justin Herbert is not a bad quarterback. Russell Wilson, we'll see. That team's going to be at the bottom of the division. The Chiefs are going to win that division. I think the Chargers are going to be second place, probably a wild card team. I think the Raiders will finish third. And I think they're going to have the worst record in that division. I'm calling it right now.
What are you talking about, Northern Sport?
He says the Lakers and Warriors suck, LOL.
Yeah, I know what he's trying to do.
I personally don't care. My team is trash. I can admit that. But for whatever the reason, people are saying, John Jay, the Warriors are still going to win. No, we're not. I'm sorry. We're not. We're not good. Yes, we won some games. We've been doing okay, but no. The Lakers are in the playoff, that little play-in tournament.
Oh, yeah. Oh, we beat 6.
See, the Warriors are sixth place right now.
Seventh then.
David McNiner.
Yo.
How many games you think the Raiders gonna win this year?
Say 0. Say 0.
Wow, these guys are telling me I don't have enough to trade up. I'm gonna say 0.
Thank you. Oh man.
Realistically, their defense. I don't think their defense is good enough to help out Jimmy G. I mean, hold on. Oh, my bad. I didn't use his government name. James Richard Garoppolo.
Yeah.
McNiner.
My bad.
McNider's a tax man. McNider's a tax man. He's like, I will say your biological, no. I mean your government name.
Oh, my tight end got took. No, he didn't. He's still there.
What are you doing? A mock draft?
Yeah.
Yeah, yes, we.
Well, this time I haven't traded up. I'm actually taking 11 guys, which is just unrealistic. It's not going to happen, guys. We're going to trade up. We don't need 11 rookies. They're not
And
going to
all
make the
11
team.
Yeah, all 11 rookies are not in the play. Maybe one or three, maybe one, 2 or 3, not 11.
Who is Noah Grendoff
Who's
from
what?
NDA? No, Noah Gendorf
I
from
don't know who that is.
NDSU.
Never heard of
He's
it.
a tight end from the same college as Trey Lance. Noah Gendorf. I've never heard of him.
Not sure.
Gonna have to check him out. Just
So
because he's one of those names you've never heard of that we probably take in the late rounds.
It was sad day. Why? What happened, Norris Park?
I think he's talking about what Nathan says. Seattle Sonics. They no more.
You know what?
Oh,
I don't know why. And again, I'm not a Sonics fan, but I remember those Supersonics and Warriors. Those tickets were very cheap, so I saw a lot of Sonics and Warriors game at the Oakland, arena. And then when they became the Thunder, those tickets went so skyrocketing. Yeah.
Raiders will be 0-16.
Eric,
Yes, sir.
No, don't
what you
take
think
him.
the Rays
Don't.
gonna do
Yes.
this next season?
Yeah, bud.
What you think the Rays gonna do next season? How you feel like what they gonna do?
Maybe win my 3 or 4 games.
He's being generous. He's being generous.
Love it.
Sheesh. Oh man.
I could seriously see him winning. You know what? What's their schedule? That's something I don't know.
I don't know. I personally don't care about the Raiders. Again, no disrespect. I sort of live still in Raider territory because like the majority of Raider fans live in the East Bay, like Alameda, which is the county where Oakland is. So that's where we're Raider, like headquarter with their fan base. But overall, like I said, like I think it was 83 was the last time they won a Super Bowl.
Oh, really?
I think that long ago. Because I know John Madden won a Super Bowl with the Raiders, and he was technically their best coach of all time.
All right, guys. Last pick in the draft. I'm taking Jake Moody.
Yeah, you are?
There you go, Bryant. That was for you.
I'm sorry, I disagree. I don't think we're going to draft Jake Moody. I know it'll be a good pick, but my gut's telling me that they're going to pass on him, not because they don't like him, because
it actually gave me an A+ for that pick too. That's funny.
Oh wow! Oh yeah.
Also, so PFF is working, or do you decide to pay for that?
No, this is a NFL mock draft database. That's the one I'm using. PFF. Why are they trying to charge people, dude? You guys will get exposure. Don't charge people. You get exposure.
They're trying to make money off people.
I don't like PFF is technically a subscription because they have the film on of the players and all that stuff, and so and they operate a business. And again, like I get it. So they're trying to capitalize. Oh, like we've had this thing free for a few years, and so many people are now using it. So you know what? Let's see how desperate someone is to use our service. And there are people who are desperate and they pay for it. So at the end of the day, hey, like it doesn't make any sense, but
it really doesn't.
But okay,
Well,
now
the highlight of my draft is I got my guy Blake Freeland, offensive tackle from BYU. I got him.
okay, y'all ready for me to do a clickbait?
Oh yeah, let's do
Go
it.
ahead. Go ahead.
Um, Jimmy G is gonna take the Raiders to the all the way to the playoffs. They're going 13-3.
Ah,
I really want to believe that,
wow.
Corey. I know you're just
Wow.
messing with us.
Yeah.
I know why he's doing that. I know why.
I know why too.
His niece and his nephew.
Yeah,
No.
yeah. Devontae Adams is going to morph into Debo Samuel, and he's just going to catch the ball 5 yards out and just smash through people. Oh, did I say that?
What happened? What happened, Corey?
I was just doing, you know, what they say. We always saying the beat writers and what's his name? Colin, what's
Yeah,
his name? Grant
Grant.
Colin.
Yeah.
Y'all say he do that for clickbait, so get more people. So I just did that for clickbait.
Okay, so all right, all right.
I
I am going to say
like that one.
I am going to say a controversial take. I don't say clickbait. I'm going to
What's
say
up, bro?
I'm going to say a controversial take. Okay.
What's up, Norris Sport?
Okay.
What up?
What's up?
Ain't no more sports.
What's cracking?
How was your day so
Not
far?
Trying to think of one.
Well, man, pretty much been live since 5 o'clock. So going on the 4th hour talking about
Busy
sports,
man.
baby.
I've been listening
man.
to lives for fucking 5 hours. Oh, pardon my French. 5 hours.
5 hours.
Yeah, all kinds of people have been live. I've been listening to it the whole time.
You had a day
Today
off
was a
today,
busy
or
day.
you were listening from work?
Well, I actually listened to TED Talks Ball at work, and I didn't get the chance to comment because of how busy I was.
Mm-hmm.
But he was talking to Taryn Lewis from the Mariah 49 Faithfully. But you know, it was interesting, and the whole Trey Lance talk all day. I mean, come on, let's give this a break because not number one. Number one, we only have 2 quarterbacks on the roster. You know, and it's like I said earlier, he's not getting traded unless we get offered the moon, the stars, and the sun. It's just not going to happen. You know, we're going to actually get a chance to see him play. He's going to be playing during the preseason. You know, the starter reps anyway. Which I don't they limit that? Didn't they limit how many snaps the starters can take or whatever?
Yeah. You know, it's dumb.
What's
but
up,
it's
Steve?
I know this
It
website.
is dumb. It is dumb.
I know this website. Yeah, this is a website I use in like before I started my YouTube channel. Yeah, this is a good website. I'm gonna use this one.
I like it. It actually gives you grades too.
Yeah.
But yeah, I still got all the guys that I've been looking at, and it's like sweet, but still when I tried to trade up, it wants a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So it was.
So how many games the Raiders in the win? Norris Sport.
Please stop asking about the Raiders.
Here we go.
Jeez.
I'm gonna, I don't know, fork tail devil. What do you think? Thinking about they might get like 2 games, 3 games. I'm wondering. Fork tail, let me know what you think.
You know, I did my show earlier with my nephew and niece. And but
I heard about that.
It went good for a while. It was going good. Then I got to almost to the ending, and then this thing clicked on my computer, popped up, and I went to exit out of it, and I hit the X button, but it said it hit the button to open it up. So it opened it up, and it froze my computer. And so then I got on my phone, and
That's funny, Court.
all things went to hell.
Go ahead. I was just thinking about making you a website for your trivia answers, because in Canva you can make websites. And
that's a good website, Canva.
well, no, it's you can make a website out of it. So while using it. So I was going to look into that, but if you got issues with these windows, bro, that might be more trouble than good.
Yeah.
Yeah, Canva. You can do a lot of stuff on Canva. Yeah.
Yes, you can. In fact, I have to look it up again, but you might be able to do a presentation in Canva. So like you can write out all the slides and then you can record yourself and just hit the button and the slide will progress. So you could like have a whole bunch of points and be talking about it and then just hit it and have different visuals, and then you could record yourself doing that and then upload that to YouTube.
Steve-O.
So that might be a different format.
Yeah, I did what you told me to do to watch the video how to make a YouTube channel. That was too much for me. So I don't think I'm gonna make a channel.
Hey, so Ryan is glitching out bad, but I hear Corona fine. So can you guys keep talking so I can see if it's me or somebody else?
Oh, it's probably me, right?
What happened?
I hear what's his name? Ryan good. I hear David Corona good. I
You hear me good?
Uh-huh.
Do I sound like the Terminator or the melting Terminator? Oh, okay.
Yeah, you sound like you're in the
did
bathroom.
for a half a second, but then it went away.
Well, I'm making coffee in the kitchen right now. So we'll get my coffee maker
You're
ready.
good. I'm not tripping.
Yeah, but Ryan was
I was
really
just saying, like-
glitching, so I thought it was me.
It might be you. I hear everybody good.
I would have
John
thought
Jay,
it
I
was
hear
me.
good.
Yeah, this is gonna be thick. Boy, howdy.
Just check if anybody has another tab open. That happens a lot.
Nah, the
Hello?
only thing I
Can you
have
guys hear
open.
me? Hello?
Yep. I can hear
Right
you,
on.
Corona.
Cool.
Hey, Ryan, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. What's up?
Yeah, everybody sounds good but you, so I don't know if it's me but I'm gonna back
It
out.
must be
come back
you.
in.
It must be
Oh,
you
that's
because
it.
I
That's
hear
it.
Corey
you
seems to
good.
think I sound good. So
That's your real name, Ryan?
yep.
Oh, right on. Ryan.
No border sports, Ryan. Let me see. It was a question. Okay, you and Joe was doing a show, and I'm not sure. I asked everybody this question. You said Cal said they only rolled with 2 quarterbacks, or is I'm wrong on that?
Yes, he said that's what he said. So I'm guessing what that means is he's not planning on keeping 3 quarterbacks on the active roster. So like when Brock Purdy comes back, one's probably got to go.
Hold on, phone. I'm sorry.
Hey, John, that's loud.
No,
Steve-O.
it's
Steve-O,
Steve-O.
sorry.
Steve-O. Can you cut the background?
I just unmuted myself. What happened?
No,
Nothing. You're good.
No, it wasn't you.
It's Steve-O.
I was thinking I was looking at yours, but I was looking at Steve-O's. I was like, that's loud.
No worries.
But yeah, so it seems like that once Brock Purdy comes back, they're going to move off a quarterback. So whoever's the weakest link at that point in time is going to go bye-bye. Now it might be a thing where they trade him at the deadline, but I'm guessing he's just saying I'm not keeping 3 quarterbacks all the way through the playoffs. I think that's what the thing was.
What happened if we do need 3 quarterbacks?
That's my concern.
Yeah.
Like, Kyle, you've seen what can happen. What
Look
we
what
are.
happened last year.
Well,
Four
all right,
quarterbacks.
all right. I take it. I take it as we're not getting any more quarterbacks. We have 2 right now, and that's what I'm rolling with. That's how
No, he
I
says,
take it.
no, but he was asked if he was going to keep 3 quarterbacks.
And he said no.
He said no. So
That's
I
all
don't know
bad.
how you. I don't know how you make that mean what you were thinking. I don't know how you could get that to do that. But I'm not saying that you.
Dude,
You know.
we had 2 quarterbacks. Our Brock Purdy's hurt for 6 to 8 months. We have 2
Right, that's what I'm
quarterbacks.
saying. But when he comes back, he's going to want to get rid of one of either Trey or Sam Darnold, or maybe even
That's not
Purdy.
a good idea.
If something happens where Trey balled out and Sam balls out, and both of them are better than Purdy in a couple of games, you know what I'm saying? Who knows? 49ers don't need much games to crown somebody.
To see, if I had to interpret that statement from Kyle Shanahan, the first, there's 2. One, he's playing the media, or he's just trying to keep, I don't know if that's true, where they try to keep everything under wraps and they just want to answer something that's the opposite. So I don't know if that's true. But the other way I interpret that is basically you are saying that Brock Purdy is the franchise quarterback. Okay, and I'm just interpreting his words, but he's hurt and he needs to rehab and he needs to get better. And whoever, Lance or Darnold, will have to start the season, because we don't know if he'll be ready week 1 or week 4 or whatever Kyle said, 6 to 8 months. So Sam Darnold's contract has incentives. Basically, if he's on the bench for the whole year, he makes, I think, $3.45 million. But if he plays,
Guaranteed too.
he can make up to $7 million. So if that contract is saying something, it feels like Trey is the odd man out. I hope I'm wrong, but that's what
I think Trey is expecting to make more than that contract, even with incentives.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, personally, they got to keep 3 quarterbacks, because, let's go back to the NFC Championship game. Did anyone think that Brock Purdy was going to bust his elbow and they put Josh Johnson and then the season was over after that? So, and again, let's not even talk about Jimmy Garoppolo. I knew he was going to get hurt during the season, but Trey went down, Jimmy went down, and then Brock Purdy led the rest of the way, and then he got hurt at the most important game, and Josh Johnson was your backup, and you're like, wait a second, I think I need to keep some quality quarterbacks. Let's use your brain. So Brock Purdy, Trey Lance, Sam, let's keep all 3 of them. Because you never know what can happen. Because it makes no sense why he would say that. Because what if Brock Purdy, he's going to miss maybe 2 more months, and then Trey, rolls with the job. Hypothetically, he's playing awful, or something happens again. You put Sam Darnold. Now you have 2 quarterbacks hurt. So I don't know if he's playing the media, but at the end of the day, that's dumb in my opinion, because every quarterback since 2017 has got hurt at least once. So I don't know if it's the play style or I don't know what's going on, but if we're going to keep 2 quarterbacks, I'm sorry. I'm a diehard Niner fan for life. I've seen this. I've said this to YTC. I've seen the Niners. They always find ways to piss me off. That's all I'm going to say.
I just don't see it. The way I see it is we're not adding any more quarterbacks to the roster at this point. We have 2. We're rolling with 2.
I'd draft one
And
still.
you know, that's the
Or
way I see
undrafted.
it. But I don't. I mean, if they do that, then that's a practice squad guy. But then Brock Purdy comes back, say, you know, Sam Darnold has earned a roster spot. Say Trey Lance has earned the starting job. Then what, Kyle? You know, I've seen this type of stuff before out of Kyle. He's not gonna say, "All right, someone's got to get cut." He's not gonna do that. He's not gonna cut one of these quarterbacks for a player that is on special teams. He's gonna cut that special teamer. So, you know, Kyle's always saying something to the media, and he has something else in mind. But I don't see this. I don't see any one of the three quarters. I don't see us trading someone. I don't see us cutting someone. You know, right now we have two. We're rolling with two. And I mean, what was the question? Are you going to keep three quarterbacks all season? Was that the question, or was that what was the question exactly? Like, does anyone know what was the question exactly, word for word?
Which question? Oh, well, why we could just look it up and bring it up on the. I'm sure
That's what I'm saying. Let's
Grant
do
Cohn's
that.
got a clip.
The Google
This is
machine.
all,
I'm not
make
trusting
sure
that.
we're
I'd
not.
rather just listen to it because people will leave
Let's
out
see the
words and
context.
certain words have certain pretext. Yeah, like
Right.
also
Exactly.
I
the
want to
context.
hear the voice. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's when I do this stuff, I want to hear the voice. I want to see the body language and all this stuff. Not that I haven't just seen it. You know what I mean? I'm just saying,
Yeah.
you know, when you look at this stuff, it's best to take a look at that type of stuff because certain clues, you know, if somebody doesn't want to say something and then comes out and sounds like they're unsure about it, that almost gives you more clues than what they actually said. You know what I mean? Because whatever
Yeah,
they said,
sure.
they're not confident about.
Yeah, you're right.
So, this is the total of everybody's for the trivia. John Jay's in the lead right now with 35 out of 21. Then Davis in second. He's got 35 out of 27. I mean, 33 out of 27. 33 out of 27, I'm sorry. And then No Border Sports, you 20 out of 28. Then Brian Cup is 26 out of 34. Then David Corona is 25 out of 35. Then the ones that just, you know, went
1 week.
1 week, like DST is 13 out of 7. Nathan is 11 out of 9. Fork is 8 out of 12. And YTC is 11 out of 9.
I got some work to do.
And so tomorrow order is going to be like this. I have it going like this. John Jay is going to be first. And then, let me bring Steve-O back in. John Jay is going to be first. Then Brian Cup. Then No Border Sports. And then David Corona. And then David McNiner. Then Steve-O. Then Fort. Then Nathan. No. Oh, I'm sorry. I read it wrong. After David McNiner is Joe. Then Fort. Then Nathan. And Steve will come in. He'll be him. And then Damon Lee comes back, it'll be him. Then YTC.
Oh wow. Look what I just found on Twitter. Someone posted 49ers are trading Debo Samuel to the Cardinals for Capri Sun and 2 ham and cheese sandwiches. Oh, wow.
Yeah, right.
Wow. You know what? I'm actually going to save this and I'm going to give it to TRL.
Yeah, I
Man,
was gonna tell you that.
is Kyler hungry?
Hey, is that true? Debo's gonna switch his number to number 1.
Twitter is
Get him a
bad.
couple of
okay.
snack packs.
Oh man.
I've been hearing a lot. Debo Sanders is gonna trade his number to number 1. Is that true?
No,
So
you have to buy out all the jerseys that have already been made.
So the
Oh,
NFL, you know, a few years ago, like said that, you know, you don't have to wear like the traditional numbers. That you can wear whatever number you want. And
Yeah.
Diamador Lenore was like, you know what? When I was in Oregon, I wore 0. So, you know, he's interested in wearing the number 0. And then Debo was like, I don't know if he was like saying, whoa, that's going to look weird, or like, whoa, that's going to look cool. So it was like one of those weird cryptic messages. So,
Yeah.
Midget Kyler. Oh, okay. So let me see. Okay, who y'all got winning the NFC West next season?
You know, NFC West. Niners
What's the
all
order
day.
y'all gonna say? What's the order gonna be?
49ers, Seahawks,
Rams, Cardinals.
Cardinals, and Rams.
No, it's going to be Rams, Cardinals. Look, you can have your opinion, and that's perfectly fine. You just got to remember, like, Cardinals just switched over head coach. They got a whole bunch of other stuff going on over there. You know what I'm saying? Kyler's going to be out for who knows how long, and I don't really have confidence in him being an actual NFL, you know, good NFL quarterback.
Yeah.
So
You're right.
And they're going to lose D-Hop.
Rams should have Matt Stafford. They still got guys on that team that are, you know, Matt Stafford and Aaron Donald. You could build a team around those guys. They got Cooper Kupp.
Yeah, I say the Cardinals will be last.
Yeah, they're going to lose D-Hop as well.
I heard
they're trying to shop
Cowboys going to pick them up.
Well, they picked up another wide receiver that makes a lot of people think that that makes them think that they don't need D-Hop now. They don't need to get in that bidding war.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is smart. I think if you need help, that's a great option to go out and get without having to give up draft capital, because you could still go find a nice shiny wide receiver in the draft with a pick. You know what I mean?
Right.
So
D-Hop missed 6 games last year because of PEDs that he didn't know nothing about, or I don't know the end of the story, but
he missed 8 games.
So what is his trade value in your guys' opinion?
Maybe a third and a fourth.
Who?
Maybe a third and a fourth.
Hopkins.
No, who are we talking about?
Hopkins from the Cardinals.
oh yeah, TRL told me, and I think even everyone's saying I think they're looking for a second and a third round for Hopkins, because I think he wants to get out. You know, I don't think he really feels like, you know, he wants to be there anymore. And for a receiver at his, you know, his stature, a second and a third, it's basically like, you know, like 1 first round pick. So we'll see what happens. I don't know.
I mean, as long as he doesn't go to the Buffalo Bills, like, I'm cool with that, because that really hinders us if he does that.
Well, if he goes to the Buffalo Bills, you got Diggs, and then you have him. That'll be a scary combo.
Did you
Yeah,
see?
but
Did you guys see?
I remember when Steve said that, but I said he could go to the Buffalo Bills. He go any team in the AFC. I don't want him going in any team in the NFC. Teams that we're gonna play. If he's in the AFC, we don't really have to worry about it. Let's say
I
to the Super Bowl.
heard the Kansas City Chiefs want to get him too.
That's the problem is we gotta go get over the NFC hump, and if he goes to the Bills or the Kansas City, like that's gonna be our issue.
But see, he'll be over there in the AFC. He ain't gonna be in the NFC. He's not gonna be able to touch us until we get
See him
in like
in the Super Bowl. Yeah, exactly.
Like then that's when we have to worry about him. But
Yeah,
if he goes to a team in the NFC, like if he stays with the Arizona Cardinals, hey, we gonna have to, match up with him.
match him up again.
We have to worry about him.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
if he's in the AFC, we don't have to worry about him. All we have to deal with the receivers that's in the NFC West.
But the issue is, if he's with the NFC anywhere, we don't have to worry about him. But we do have to worry about him in the Super Bowl if we have to play him against the Bills or the Kansas City Chiefs. That's my issue. Is I want him to stay where he's at.
No, I don't want him to stay where he's at. I want him gone. I want him out of here. Because, hey, like I said, AFC, he's there. We don't have to worry to the Super Bowl, and we can deal with that in the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
That is one game. See, if he stays in the AFC, me in the C, he stays with the Cardinals, we got to deal with 2 games, 2 times.
Yep.
And then we might have to deal with him 2 times if he's in it. And say he left and went to Dallas. We'd have played Dallas again in the division, me in the playoffs. Hey, another time we got to face this man.
Let's see, like for me, if I had to rank the NFC,
Fork-tailed devil, bro. Don't worry about Lombard, bro. That guy's been. Jesse Naylor put out a screenshot of, can't remember his name, but he's out there, and he was putting out tweets, and it just shows that like 30 minutes later, Lombardi just copied his tweet, put it in different words, same information, just put it out. So Lombardi's a talking head, bro. Just he has to buy a personality.
Well, for those who don't know, the Atlantic newspaper is not a. Let's see, I'm going to try my best to be very careful.
The Athletic,
the Athletic or whatever it's called. Yeah, that is a. When it comes to their opinions, they just take information and they present it. They don't do no homework, and I've seen his channel, how he's like, how the Niners are so toxic, and these content creators, like, and then he has a bit of an entitlement problem, and he's also not from here. He's not from. I found out he's from like Southern California, and
he's a swimmer.
It doesn't matter where you're from.
But the point is, but the serious point is that he basically just took that job for him to make a living. So I don't really consider him someone who basically it's a job for him. He basically writes an article, gets paid.
It's not his dream.
Mm-hmm. Like
his heart's in
I'm
swimming.
Not a fan. Yeah, I'm not a fan of Grant Cohen, but I would rather watch him, say things I, don't truly agree with, because at least there's the passion, even though I don't truly agree 100% with everything.
Whether you agree with Grant Cohen or not, his points usually come from some point of fact or something that makes sense. You know what I mean? He usually takes something that makes sense or something that this and that, and he kind of, just times tens it. You know what I mean?
But let me
Like when he
piggyback.
was like trade
I
Kittle.
don't watch either of those guys, right? Like I might watch Grant on Tuesdays because of his dad is like a fucking legend. I'm not gonna lie, but like spreadsheet or whatever you guys call them, like I'm here to make money. So if you can tell me information, I'm cool with that. But like when you sit there and go, you need to tell me who the quarterback is now for 2 months, and then after Jed and all them have their press conferences, and you're like, oh, you told me who it was now, but then you're gonna be like, oh, wait a minute, like I don't know, you could have said 8 starts this person, 4 starts this person, like we're not sure, like what I mean, like you're what I mean, you're like contradicting yourself, and that's the shit I don't appreciate.
Mm.
Like you
Yeah,
there for
it's
2
like
months, you
they-
said, hey, tell me this guy is my guy, and then they tell you that guy, and you're like, well, you could have done it this way, but you know what? You've had like an hour to collaborate with your dad, and then now you're going to make elaborate. You're going to make an assumption. You know what I mean? Like when you're on the fly, you're on the fly. Is that's what bugs me.
Mhm.
No comment. Okay.
I'm trying
Well,
to
I
think
didn't
of
understand what you said at the end. It didn't make sense.
I mean, basically, if they're saying for 2 months, look, you need to pick one guy or another, and for 2 months you say that, and then when finally Kyle and Lynch come out and say, "Hey, this is my guy," and then you go, "Oh, well, you could have said, hey, this guy for 8 months or 8 games, this guy for 4 games." You could have said, "We're not sure where we're going with," and you like totally contradicting yourself. Like
Yeah, but what do you mean
you
the 8 games, the 4 games? I don't understand what you mean by
so
that.
so
You're
you've
talking
had
about
8
Brock
games of
Purdy's
one.
timeline to come back?
So the
Oh,
games that started was
okay.
Brock Purdy 8 games, Lance 4 games, and then you for 2 months you've asked, hey, I want a starter. Name your freaking starter. They say, hey, one guy started 8 games and one guy started 4 games, and then we finally give you an answer. We both of them should say, hey, this is our guy, and then you go on your podcast after you've had hours to dissect what question you want to ask and be like, oh, look, I'm going to say it like this to make this person like bad, look bad. Like just stick with one
What do you
subject.
mean
You know
you
what I mean?
prepare for 2 hours to make them look
So,
bad?
so,
What
so,
is there a certain instant?
okay. So for example, Jid York gets answered on the spot. He's got to answer on the spot. Okay. Jid York answers.
No. Let's stay with the no, without switching up scenarios. Let's stay with that scenario and that specific one.
Okay.
What are you talking about?
You want the quarterback scenario is for
I
2
just
months.
want to know what you're talking about.
So for 2
Yes,
months,
the
they
2
said,
months
oh,
they were asking for the question 8 this and that. I
right.
get that. So
Right.
what is your
So
beef
finally,
about them going on their show and
so
talking
finally
about the stuff
they
after they ask questions?
they give an actual answer, and they're not satisfied. They're like, well, you could have said, Trey Lance only started 8 months or 8 weeks. I'm sorry, or 8 games, and the other guy only started 4 games, and you could say we're not
So you're
sure
mad that they
because
didn't ask a follow-up question.
no, it's the way they're perceiving it. It's a lose-lose situation.
So you
And I
saying
don't
Trey
watch
Lance in
that.
the start 8 and Sam Donald's in the start 4, and Brock Purdy's gonna come after he comes back healthy. That's what you trying to say?
I'm sorry, you're crying out. I didn't hear you.
I said you said Trey Lance doesn't play 8, Sam Donald's gonna play 4, and Brock Purdy's gonna come when he's healthy.
Right, but what the narrative they tried to portray was, well, why didn't you say this guy's only played this many games? This guy's only played this. We'll see what the future holds. But for 2 months they were like, just name the freaking person. You know what I mean? So it's counterintuitive.
Well, like I watch his stuff. Of course, it's always, how can I say this? Like, like one day he says one thing, the next day he says another thing. So it's always, out there. Like you never know what he's going to say. You know, it is what it is. You know, I personally don't care if he changes his mind, but
It's a
John
never
Lynch.
not a changing of mind.
So John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, they spoke this week. You know, yesterday and Monday, and this is what I took out of it. You know, that if Brock Purdy didn't get hurt, John Lynch said he's earned that opportunity to be the starter. He's earned a leadership role because of the way he played. True. If you think Brock Purdy didn't earn the job, he played really, really well. But John Lynch also said, you know, Trey Lance will have a chance to prove that, you know, we made that right decision. Kyle said the same thing. Because of Brock Purdy's injury, we have two quarterbacks who are going to be seeing who's going to take that job in week one. So I don't really think that, you know, and again, I don't want to sound kind of mean, but anyone with a brain understands Trey Lance is going to start the job. Will he finish week 18? We don't know. Will Brock Purdy come back healthier and be better than, you know, after the surgery? We don't know. So the common sense thing is, you know, Trey's on the start, but Brock Purdy, you know, again, so Brock Purdy earned my respect. And I said it before the season ended. He's going to be on this team next year. So if Grant Cohen is going to, like, you know, pivot back and forth, that's what he does. But overall, like, to bring some clarity,
He does pretty much sell every person on the team, and he'll change the situation every week. You know, I just wanted to throw that out there.
Yeah, so I think we all know that, you know.
So when Brock Purdy comes back, is he gonna play with the brace on, or he's gonna take the brace off?
So right now he has that brace.
Yeah.
In 3 months they're gonna remove it, and I don't know what the doctors are gonna. I don't know what remember. I am not a doctor. I'm not a surgeon, so I don't know what the doctors have to see after they remove the brace. The next process is to teach him how to throw a football. So basically, he's gonna be like a little kid again. All right, teach me how to throw a football again. That's what he's gonna be doing the next 3 months.
But when Ben Roethlisberger had that injury, he played with the brace on.
Well, that was something else.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was something else.
Oh,
like Aziz, you know, before he went to Texas, he played with a brace, but it wasn't because
exactly.
You know, he wore it for a precaution.
Right.
Yeah, this one's a straight up range of motion brace.
Oh,
that brace looked rough, though. I'm not gonna lie. It looked like one of the not Warner, but what is it, Kinlaw? It looked like one of those Kinlaw braces.
Well,
someone said it looked like a superhero.
That's not something you wear to play. That's definitely something for after surgery. You know what I mean? That's if you look, it's got the dial right there, so you can set its range of motion right on the elbow.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what stops him from hurting himself.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So if he didn't have that brace,
that dial,
and he goes like that, he'd be like straining it more or like hurting it more if he didn't have that brace.
Well,
he'd be going like that.
He essentially could undo the surgery.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
So what it seems like is his didn't tear off the bone. His teared and had enough flap where they were able to sew the two ends together. So right now, those things are trying to go back together. That's why this 3 months is so important. Like, don't do anything wrong in these 3 months, because that will cause more time on the back end as far as because he'll have to wait even more because it'll need to heal. Right. Anything you do will cause the healing to take longer. So it's trying to go from two pieces into one. So this isn't a surgery. This isn't a surgery where they should have to go back in and like take out a screw or something like that. That's not this. they had to go back in, it would probably be for something like scar tissue
Yeah, like
getting
the
in the
fatty
way.
tissues.
Yeah.
Something
That's what-
like
Yeah.
no scar tissue.
That's what they did to my back, my spine.
Okay.
Um,
But yeah, so that's what I see here. I don't even think the thing that they sewed it together with, I don't even think they have to do anything with that. I think that just becomes permanently a part of it, like it all goes
So
together.
the medical term after I read what they did was they put like some very small screws to the muscle or the tendon or the bone, which is basically like nothing, and it should heal up quickly. But it depends also on the person. So say Brock Purdy, like like next month or in a few weeks, like oh, I got some weird pain, I need to check it out, and oh, there's some fluid. You remember, like nobody wants surgery, like it's a last resort. But if Brock Purdy's like, like some people heal very quickly. I had 2 surgeries before. I healed up very quickly, but my friend had like a very minor surgery, and it took him much longer because an infection, either the doctor was stupid, an infection happened, so like basically like he had to remove something that was in the bone of his index finger, which was like not a big deal. They actually cut me open on both of my foots, and I healed up very quickly. I didn't really need the pain medicine. So if Brock Purdy's body is like one of those bodies that are just lucky that heal up so quickly, good. But again, we don't know because like when they cut you open, they're cutting you open. So
Yeah,
yeah.
I had surgery.
So some
yeah,
people heal
see,
faster, some people don't.
yeah, see, like, okay, I can use my arm as an example. Here.
Yeah,
See, I don't think it's gonna be the healing. Like the first 3 months, like he can heal up quicker, but I don't think they're gonna like take that brace off and start doing anything quicker than 3 months. So like he could heal up and do all that, you know what I mean? But I don't think he's gonna take time off that end, you know what I mean? And it seems like 3 months is a good point. If he's all good by June, 3 months is a good point at that point that 3 more months for the rehab should be good to get him on track. And that can even depend, because what happens if he comes back and he's not as strong with his arm as when he left after the 3 months? You know what I'm saying? He's going to, even though he's healthy, he's not healthy enough to come back, is he? You know what I mean? So he might have to train to strengthen his arm or something like that. Now, they say his arms get stronger after surgeries like that. I'm sure he'll be doing his rehab just like the doctor asked. And I'm sure if he finds that his arm is stronger, I'm sure he will continuously do those exercises. I have a feeling Brock's like, man, I need everything I can get. So I see, Brock doing those exercises all the time. And this is the thing too. When you basketball players, when they go work out, and then they go in there and they take jump shots and they go take shots because they became stronger, and that throws their shot off.
Oh,
okay. Like I was saying, by now, my dollars people supposed to be able to use this. When I got the first surgery on it, to fix it.
Yeah.
And they're supposed to be able to use this. But every time we go back to the doctor and look, it hasn't healed up yet. It haven't healed enough for me to go get use. So, like I was telling my nurse, she's like, when we gonna be able to use this? When we gonna be able to use this? I'm like, well, I'm gonna find out May 9th if it's healed. But if it's not healed, then I'm going to go under again, so we can see if they can fix it again.
That sucks.
And so that's gonna be another 3-4 months again before it heals.
Yeah.
For them to use it. So, like, I had to get this redone because it broke.
Yeah.
So,
Your shoulder?
the capilla.
No, it's port.
Oh,
It's a tube sticking right here. Two tubes sticking out
oh,
right here.
oh, okay.
His port. It's a port. It's like his
Yeah.
it's his USB adapter.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're
You got
saying,
to
but
recharge.
Mhm.
He's got to recharge
Yeah.
every couple of days. So he's
Mhm.
got a USB
Oh,
port right
You
here.
got to update to the USC.
so do you got a bots in your a bots in here?
No, it's a tube.
Oh,
Yeah,
a
but
two.
basically Corey has a tube on his neck because he does dialysis.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, okay. I thought you said you had a like a little box.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's just
So they said they want to do that to me. They want to put a box in my back. And then my wife's sister, she has it, and and she has two little things like cords she has to charge, and she just like push a button, and it it like charges. I don't want that.
Mm.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yep.
yeah, that's not
maybe
cool.
maybe they'll turn you into Inspector Gadget.
Nah, I don't want that box. I don't know.
That's a good one. He said Inspector Gadget.
It makes me. It might jump me. I might jump higher. Huh?
Yeah.
So let
David
me ask
Rhoda play basketball.
I'm good. I'm good with that. I don't know.
David Carroll's like, I'm good. I'll stay human.
Yeah, exactly. I'm good.
let me ask you guys, because I've said it in a few chats, but nobody's really replied. Do you guys take Kyle Shanahan serious as far as only keeping two QBs? Because I can't see us going into a game and say whoever it is, guy gets hurt for a month, he has an ankle sprain, and then we're gonna go in with the second QB and then hope for like 2 to 4 weeks, like we don't need another quarterback. I think it's all fluff to try and put pressure on the league to make that QB3 roster spot not count against the roster.
I don't know, but we need three
That
quarterbacks on the
I think
roster.
I think you might be right there. I'm not saying you're 100%, but that's definitely a good. So also, if you remember when they asked Jed York about the NFLPA's list,
What's up, bro? Titans fan?
What's up, dude?
How you doing?
What's good, Samuel?
the best teams in the amenities. You
Go
hear
ahead,
me?
Ryan.
yeah. Oh.
All right, so here's my take on it. Kyle Shanahan's so full of shit that the whites of his eyes should be brown. I don't believe a thing he says.
Yeah,
Is that good or bad?
that's bad because we need three quarterbacks. What about we go to the NFC Championship game and go ahead. Go
No,
ahead.
I understand that. We all know we need three. We're not going to try and go into one game with one quarterback and have the Eagles game all over again. That's what I'm asking. Explain, McConnor.
I honestly think that Kyle has always
Ooh, you're a
told the
robot.
You
media
sound
one
like a
thing.
robot again.
Oh, man.
Yeah,
Did
you know-
I just had to reset my one of my devices. Maybe that had something to do with it.
Did you notice
mean,
how?
I don't know.
Did you
Let's
notice how
just limit
Jed
to the
York?
stream to two porns at a time, McNiner.
Did you notice how Jed York kind of brushed off the NFLPA's list of the best combinations or whatever? Maybe that's kind of the same thing. You know what I mean? Kyle's acting like we can't carry the quarterbacks the same way that like Jed is like ignoring the relevance of anything that the NFLPA puts out.
I mean, I watched most of that, but I fell asleep towards the end. But I still would like to get McNiner's input.
What?
Well, how about now? But I still sound like melting Terminator.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is up with that?
Oh man, what is up with that?
Okay, while we wait for David Midnighter.
Oh, I know what's going on. I know what's
Oh,
going
that's
on my
it.
phone.
You good now?
Sound good now?
Yeah, you're good now.
I just reset my phone and it probably tried hooking to these earbuds. But so pretty much Kyle Shanahan, throughout his course of time with the 49ers, he hates the media.
Correct.
So he doesn't, he gets sarcastic and kind of nasty with them. But I can't believe the guy. I can't. We're gonna roll with two QBs. And I've been trying to find the question so I can actually hear it get asked, to see the whole context of the situation. And I can't even find a video of it. So, that's one thing that's the missing piece is what is the context of the question. But I still take it like we're not going to be signing or drafting any cute quarterbacks.
That might have been Lombardi.
What do you think it was Lombardi?
I think it might have been David Lombardi's stream because Grant Cohn was the one that did John Lynch, and I think I remember being pissed having to sit there and watch 22 minutes of Lombardi's thing.
Yeah, he posted a bunch of those interviews, yada yada. Now, to answer Steve-O's question,
Nobody thinks that we're going to go in with two QBs, correct?
So
No.
to answer Steve-O's question, like Kyle, like I've watched a lot of his interviews and the press conference, and there are moments where he gets annoyed, like he gets like angry at the media, but he plays it off by not. I don't think he's being sarcastic. I think he answers it. I don't know if he's condescending, but he says, like when he said when someone asked him about the injury of the quarterbacks, he said, "Oh, it's not my fault that Trey got hurt, Jimmy got hurt, Purdy got hurt, the fourth quarterback got hurt." Like, dude, no disrespect, man, but he's asking a legitimate question, and you could tell it got under his skin. So I think the way he treats the media was like, all right, I'm gonna just give him something because I don't want to be here. And when he sat down, when he sat down, he's like, oh man, I don't want to be here. I don't know if it was being sarcastic, but he was like trying to play it off like, all right, let's do this, So that's how I interpreted why Kyle says the things that he says.
And one thing real quick, like this narrative of he showed up late, he seemed hungover, blah, black eyes, blah, blah, like some motherfuckers saying. That dude sounded like he was freaking sick. So don't give me that bullshit.
Well, he was supposedly up all night drinking with.
I don't care. Did he sound like he was sick or not? Yes or no? Not hungover. I know what hungover is. I know what hungover is. Does he sound like he was sick? Yes or no?
Getting a little defense. No, I didn't think he was sick when I heard it.
You did not think he sounded normal. His voice didn't sound normal?
I didn't say it didn't sound normal. I just said it didn't sound sick.
Who are you talking about, Steve-O?
Kyle Shanahan, his voice in the press conference. Did he sound hungover? Did he sound sick? What is your guys' impression?
I didn't see. I really didn't see it. So I was looking at it earlier, and I'll go back to it. And yeah, I didn't hear that much, so I can't give you the answer. Sorry.
Because I was under the impression that he was hungover, he was late because of this and that, and then when I watched it, that was totally not the scenario, and I will argue that all day, Ryan. And you know me.
I don't care. I don't care if you argue it all day, dude.
Yeah.
But nobody else watched it?
I didn't see it.
I was just trying to listen to what he said in the press conference, but I can barely hear what he's saying. He's talking so low. He didn't come out loud enough for me to hear what he's saying.
I mean, if it wasn't for COVID, I would probably have a different take. I'm not gonna lie, you know. So I do take that into consideration.
Hello Sam.
What's up?
How you? Excuse me. How you doing today?
Doing
What's up,
good.
Titans fan?
What's up? I'm just listening. You guys talk.
What's up, Sam?
What's up, man?
All right, guys. Speaking of, I got to go to work early, so I'm out.
Yeah, me too.
Um,
I'm gonna have dinner.
y'all have a good night. Thanks for having me, Corey. I'll see
You're
you guys
welcome.
next
Peace out,
time.
David.
See you later, David. Don't worry, man. I'll screenshot anything you need to show anybody.
You leaving too, John?
All right, Corey, thanks for having me on as always. Corona, Steve-O, Sam
Yep.
Bell, I really wish I wanted to speak to you, but have a good night. You too,
See you
Ryan.
tomorrow. Talk to you tomorrow, John.
Peace out.
Yeah, my phone's about to die too. So let me see how much I got. I got 10%, so I'll do the longest I can.
You don't have a phone charger? What's up?
I do, but
Sam
it's
left.
in the room.
So what's the problem?
I don't want to. I don't want to get it. I'm lazy.
All right, fair enough.
Man, Sam left. I was gonna ask him did his team do anything today, but he gone.
No, I don't think the Titans have done anything. I'm not sure. So I'm not a Titans fan. So it doesn't look like. I heard some rumors about the running back for the Titans. It said the Cowboys is all in to go get Henry. I don't know if that's true or what.
I mean,
Why?
the best thing the Titans did for us was beat up the Ravens, or else we would have had to play the Ravens in the playoffs, and that scared me.
What are you talking about, Steve?
It,
Ravens in the AFC.
Yeah, they in the AFC. We'll never play them in the playoffs.
Only that one Super Bowl, and that's it.
In the Super Bowl we'll play them, but
maybe I got it backwards. It was the Ravens we should have played, and they got beat by. Wasn't it the Titans they got beat by, or else we would have had to play the Ravens
in the Super Bowl?
We never had to. We would have never had to ever play the Titans or the Ravens in the last couple of years.
Yeah,
it was like 2 years ago. If somebody beat the Ravens, I can't remember who it was, but I think we would have lost to the Ravens. But the Ravens lost to somebody like 2 years ago, or else we'd had to play the Ravens.
no.
Well,
but
that would have
you're
probably
not
been the
getting it.
Chiefs, maybe.
Oh
Yeah.
Maybe the Chiefs during the Super Bowl, but
yeah, the playoffs.
I don't know.
AFC playoffs.
That was our window and we missed it.
I don't understand because
Yeah,
in the playoffs we will never play the Ravens or the Chiefs or the Titans
those
because
in the
they're
Super
in the
Bowl.
AFC. They in the
Super Bowl.
AFC.
No,
Now, if you saying
it's a Super Bowl.
oh Super Bowl, okay.
Yeah, we got robbed in that when we lost against the Ravens.
Who knocked out the Ravens?
The Buffalo. Buffalo did 2 years ago.
Yep. Let's see.
That was the only time I was afraid of any AFC team.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the only time we played the AFC in the play only in the Super Bowl.
Super Bowl. Yeah.
Yeah, we won't play them in the playoffs. That
That's
never happened.
Two different brackets.
Like everybody's saying, like John said, we don't know when Brock Purdy might be able to come back. Everybody just guessing, saying, and and just just talking. Nobody knows
Right.
really
And I've said
when
week
Brock
4.
Purdy's gonna come back.
I've said week 4 just to be safe for weeks.
Yeah.
But this Sam Darnold starting bullshit is getting out of control.
It can happen. Sam Donald could beat out Trey Lance, and
especially if like Ian Rappaport's hearing things from people inside the building that are saying that, who have a chance to lean their thumb on the scale of how well like a Trey Lance might do. You know what I mean? There could be a reason. There could be actual truth behind it.
But I'm going to tell you that Ian Rappaport has been made a fool for about 2-3 weeks now, especially with
I'm
the
saying that he hasn't have.
the Lamar stuff. Like he's been made a fool of recently, and he's acknowledged it. And when he was on McAfee, and he's straight up telling you, "I'm learning this news, and I'm saying this and that," and then I'm like, "Oh wait." Like he's just guessing. Like he straight up was like pretty much saying he doesn't know. So
He's not guessing. He's telling. Oh, Steve-O, he's not guessing. He's telling you what the team wants you to hear. He's telling you stuff on behalf of the team. It's all pointed. That's why I'm saying when he comes out and says that sounds like Sam Darnold. What I'm hearing, Sam Darnold sounds like Sam Darnold's will be the starter. He's not saying, "Oh, I listened to what Kyle Shanahan said to all the pool reporters." He's saying what I heard in the back workings of all this stuff with these other people and this and that. This is what I'm hearing is that Sam Darnold is going to be the starter. That's why I'm saying it could be put this out. We want you to put this out because maybe they want to stir something up in Trey. Maybe they're trying to break it to get the fans like us starting out beforehand to start accepting it. You see what I'm saying? We don't know why it's out there like that. We might never know. We could know after we figure it out and go, "Oh, this is why he said that." Once we figure out what happened when it's right in front of me, you know what I mean? And yeah. So you never know.
The thing with Ian was he was straight up on McAfee show and was like learning about it and kind of was like, "Oh, okay, maybe I am an idiot." Not accounting the past 2 weeks that he was made an idiot before that. That's where I'm coming from.
But so the thing you're gonna find is with these guys, they're usually gonna be off when it comes to the actual side, when it comes to the player, because they're a talking piece for the team and the league first and foremost.
Yep.
So that's the one way to really kind of gauge this stuff. So like if he's coming out and made look like a fool with the Lamar stuff because Lamar came out and settled some information, that's because he's been playing for the team the whole time, because they're the ones that call him up and let him know, "Hey, we just signed this player." And that's the you do me a favor, I do you a favor. Everybody follows you on Twitter because of the information I give you when I'm picking up a player, and when I need to get out in front of something or try to make the fan base think I'm in the right and that the player's being selfish, then I need you to put out this.
So, Ryan, do you believe that the NFL needs a Ian Rappaport or Adam Schefter as a whatever you want to call it?
Does the NFL? I think they do. If they want to conduct business like they do.
Because
the power
agent could clearly do the same thing, right?
So if the power was in our hands, they wouldn't have any control over us. So we could smell something out. We could do something like get a call from the team and they tell us, "Hey, this is what's going on," and then we could go call the player, and go, hey, this is what I hear. And then we could take both stories and figure out what actually makes sense. And then we could report on both sides and to give our opinion of the situation. But they won't want somebody like that. They want somebody that they can call and they will just take their side and then go turn around and put it on their social media for everybody to gobble up. That's what they want. That's why this system's set up like this. Who pays Ian Rappaport? The NFL Network, which is a company that is a subsidiary or whatever of the NFL. So the NFL pays him. So essentially he's like he's almost like a concierge for the owners to do their bidding.
So, do you think we need those guys?
How do you get a team to want to go, let's not give
Yes
this
or no?
piece of news to
Yes, yes
Ian
or no?
Rappaport. Let's give it to Lockdown Davis.
Okay.
The way to really do it, is to be able to get in touch with the athletes and
True.
be able to, get that side. And then I think, but this is the other thing. Sometimes athletes can't really say much. You know what I mean? They might be under certain kind of like how like they talk about, oh, you might have to be injured this year. You know what I mean? Like, we ain't got a spot for you and we're not going to do this. So we're going to put you on IR. You know what I mean? Like, you got back spasms. You know what I mean? Take 6 weeks off.
Mm-hmm.
That type of stuff. Like, they might not be able to talk on that and be like, bro, I could be playing right now. They say I got back spasms. You know what I mean? I don't know if they're able to talk on that type of stuff. But if you can get players to speak, with anonymity,
That's like something like Aaron Donald, like his back.
Got you.
then you might be able to make it so people aren't really looking at Ian Rappaport anymore. You know what I mean? And that players all go towards someone like, you. And then the teams are like, well, nobody's listening to these other guys. Then they might start turning to you. But you're talking about there's going to have to be one person that, like, one or two people that gets all the players in the NFL to buy on to giving them all their information. You know what I mean? And that's going to be corrupting in its own, because at that point, the players are going to use the advantage.
All right, Corey. I'll see you tomorrow. All right, Ryan. All right, Steve.
Peace out. I think the best thing would be actually have journalists that ask the hard questions all the time, because I think that gives multiple outlets for players that they would feel comfortable with. So let's say Matt Mayoko asked harder questions of like Kyle and John. Now that gives somebody in the media for a player to get their side out to, who maybe isn't as abrasive as like Grant Cohn comes across as. Okay. So now you might have more people speaking candidly under anonymity to Matt Mayoko. And so when Ian Rappaport tweets out something, then Matt Mayoko, since he's like a local reporter, you know what I mean? He can go and tweet out something that says, well, my sources say that that's not wrong, that that's wrong, and that the contract was, this much money short of what they were saying, and it was, this year, and the incentives were off, and this and that, blah blah blah. So that might be a thing, but it would be individual players would have to find somebody in the media that they feel comfortable with, who will be opposition to the team, who's not going to run around and go and tell, hey Kyle, you know what I'm saying, so and so just asked me to report on this. can I get an interview? I'll just not report on that. You know what I mean? It shows, hey, I'll do this favor by bearing this story if you give me your story and stories, later on. You know what I mean? So if you have more people who are against, back in the day, where do you think they got their news? They were breaking the news, and they were just as vicious as Grant Cohn was. All of them. That was the key. And what happened is they'll dumb down the media so they don't ask the questions. You get all your breaking news from in-house pieces, and nobody. It's like an internal echo chamber that they built.
Yeah.
Why do you think Lamar made his own website page for you to go there and stay up to date on the current events of his goings on? It's so you could get his official take on anything at any time. And that's so, he doesn't have an agent. He doesn't have all this. He can't be out on, I guess, social media all the time, just doing all this stuff. I'm sure some of the people, since you're representing yourself, it's funny, the league doesn't want a union, but they don't want players without representation.
Go ahead, Corey.
Yeah, it's like too, the players can't go to the media and complain about, Nick Bosa can't go to the media and complain about getting hold. He can't say that.
I mean, he'll get fined. Yeah.
So he has to be careful what he say when the reporters be ask him, "Did you get hold?" And he'd be like,
right.
He can't come and say, "I was held." Yeah.
But what you can do if you were that player, you could be like, "Hey, you know what I mean? Is there any way, because you can say, hey, put me as a source. You're not an identified source." Remember, Grant Cohn was talking to Robert Saleh when he was the defensive coordinator, and he was speaking about the source. He says, "I got a source." He didn't say who the source was. You know what I mean? You don't have to say who the source is, but you could say, when asked, Nick Bosa didn't really make a comment, yes or no, about the hold. But a source in the locker room told me it was an obvious hold and the refs need to do something about it. That is perfectly fine. It all can come from the same player. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I mean, this whole source thing just rubs me the wrong way. I mean, just say how it is. You know what I mean? Hey, if I'm gonna get fined 30 grand for saying something, fine me.
No, there's a reason why the source thing is there and it's important.
No,
and it's not necessarily in sports. You know what I mean?
No, I get every sport. I understand.
Like whistleblowers, I'm all for whistleblowers as long as you're not putting anybody in danger. You know what I mean? And I don't think whistleblowers should be gone after. You know what I mean? Because that's your mess up. You know what I'm saying? You can't go spank the guy who uncovered your mess up to try and save face. No, you just take your spanking. You know what I mean? And leave that guy alone. You know what I mean? You messed up. You got to eat it. It's on your face. You know? And that's why it's I'm perfectly fine with the source. And
because we all know Boza freaking, they called him for that penalty. We all know it wasn't true. I mean, any team of anybody knows it wasn't true, right? I mean, it is what it is.
Right. And that's why you could do something like the consensus in the locker room is that was horse shit. You know what I mean? You don't have to name any players. Right. You could just say the consensus that, and who'd you talk to? I talked to a group. What group? I don't remember. There's a lot going on that day. You know what I mean? They don't have to confirm that. I think what's more important is that the person who is talking about sources and stuff like that is is shown that they're honest. Because if you're just, making stuff up, you know what I mean, then it doesn't mean anything if you put source next to it. You know what I mean? And I think that's the most important thing at that point. But I think if we really had media that held teams accountable, we might hear more of the player's side, because they knew that that's what the reporter's looking for. What really the reporter is looking for now is how to get access deeper inside to the coaches and all that. You know what I mean? Because you want access to the players. If you get in good with the team, they'll give you access to the players all by themselves. You know what I mean? For an interview. It's like that golden cookie. So, and it's not like it's like every day or this or that, but there's times where you can get that. You know what I mean? And that's what they're looking for. They're not looking for the truth. They're looking for the golden tickets. And that's
part of the
sad.
problem, is because I live in Nevada, where I've grew up my whole life. You can't change the outcome of a game because all those payouts have already been paid. So the NFL is kind of screwed in that situation. You've already paid out everybody. What are you going to change the outcome of the game when you've already paid all these people? You can't do it. And that's where I'm kind of at right now.
What do you mean?
So let's go back to the Green Bay Packers game, where one guy said it was a touchdown, one guy said it was an incomplete pass, right? And that's what eventually evolved to the regular umpires coming back. You can't change the situation of a game. Like, once it's called, it's called. And even though the NFL might come back and say, "Hey, we miscalled this, correct?" All the casinos have already paid out those tickets, so they can't come back and correct it, because the NFL is not going to take that loss, right?
Take what loss? I don't think the NFL cares what the casinos do with their banks. Well, how is to say this? They go hand in hand, but if you think about it, like, it's not the NFL's responsibility for that.
No, but I'm saying, okay, so say there was a wrong call. The NFL will never admit it was a wrong call until the day after, because you've already paid out 1,000 tickets for however much money. They're not gonna, like, oh yeah, oh my bad, I'll reimburse you the money. That's not ever gonna happen in my lifetime. Ever will happen.
Okay. But bad calls happen all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah. But who's gonna pay? Like, straight up, it's a race car race, right? And the guy finishes first, and then he, whatever, it was messed up. They're not gonna.
That's why I don't bet on games.
No, and see, I have a thing where I will not bet on my Niners, because I've lost a lot of money betting on the Niners. But if it was another team and some shit happened, like, I would have a serious problem if there was a controversy. You know what I mean?
I just don't bet on them, really. I bet on. Let's see. I bet on, who was it? Better the Niners to beat the spread against the Seahawks and Purdy to throw for 2 touchdowns. And I think I put, oh geez, I think I put $5 down each bet. And I hit both of them.
I mean, even $5 doing 20 is good. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is like I don't bet. I'm not. I don't know.
I know.
It seems like when you go down that road, it's a bad road.
Yeah, I don't make money bets. I make crazy bets. Like, if your team wins, I'll wear your jersey. have to wear your jersey or your shirt of your team or your hat. I
Yep.
might make that kind of bet.
I
So,
made
like,
that kind of bet. There's
I
a
made a
picture of
bet
me in a
against
Seahawks jersey.
I made a bet with this Green Bay fan. He said Green Bay gonna beat the 49ers. I said, oh yeah, okay, if the Green Bay beat the 49ers, I wear a Green Bay shirt or a hat. So he said, okay. If the 49ers win, I wear 49ers. I said, cool. The one thing I made mad at myself when the 49ers did beat Green Bay and he wore it, I should have took a picture of it. But me not camerized, not thinking about it, didn't take a picture of him. And he said, and then I said, then I made the bet next. I said, we can do a bet again. He said, no, I ain't. Hell no, I ain't betting you no more because I ain't gonna do this no more.
I mean, decent bets are all right, but you know what I mean. Like when you're talking money, it's different situation.
Yeah, I just don't put myself in that situation really.
And I'm not gonna lie. I tried to get in college for 10 years, and there's so many college teams in one state. I can't understand it, and I'm like, I need one more pick to make my bet, legit. And I'm like, I can't do it because I don't know enough. I just don't know enough, and I'm like, oh, I want to bet on the Niners because I know they're gonna win, but I can't do it because I know betting with or with the Niners, it's karma.
Mm-hmm. See, like I know there's one guy that betted a 49er guy, and he bet him some money, and the 49ers ended beating Tampa Bay, and then the guy disappeared. He jumped off of Facebook and disappeared. He stopped his Facebook page. And then he come back and then he gives excuses. I don't have no job right now. I'll pay you when I have a job. But you made a bet. You should pay what you play. You know, you should pay the person. And he kept on being wishy-washy about it. And I I even started to help my friend out, my 49 guy, because I know it. And I come to him and say, man, be a man and pay. But now I'm blocked from him. He blocked me.
Yeah. He was never gonna pay you.
So how does
You know,
that block situation work? If somebody blocks you, you cannot see them anymore, correct? Because I don't
no,
block people. I make them block me.
no, they can't. You won't be able to see him no more. You won't be able to see their posts or anything.
So that's weird. Go ahead, Ryan.
I wasn't saying anything.
I know. I was setting you up.
Yeah, he kept on saying, because that's when we were playing first game. It was our first game against Tampa Bay. And all season, he was talking mess. And so the guy made him, I was going to bet him, but I said, nah, I don't think he's going to pay. So why waste? But the other guy did it. And it wasn't a big, I mean, it wasn't no, like they bet $100. I think it was like on a $10 bet. So it was not like he going to, you know, lose $100 or something.
Yeah, bet is a bet. I'm always.
But I said, you live up to your bet. Don't don't back out. Don't disappear. And that's what he did. He disappeared. And when he came back, I said, be a man and live up to your bets. You say you're gonna do this, gonna do that. And then he blocked me.
Yeah, you know, I'm the kind of guy that even if somebody annoys the hell out of me, I will not block that person. I will make sure I know the hell out of them till they block me. It's just that's how, because I think blocking is a Badissi move. That's all I'm gonna say about that.
Yo, CG, what's
And
up?
you know what? And you know what? When you mention it in chat and you're like, yeah, I blocked this person, you are a double Badissi. I'm just gonna say that. And I ain't talking about nobody in specific, just so we're clear.
Um,
Did you hear that the NFL is talking about going to, let's see, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, all those nights having football?
That's BS, man. But we already have a Thursday games suck as it is. You want to go to 2 Thursday games and suck twice as much? I mean, like
No,
honestly, like
they're talking about having like primetime games 5 nights a week.
but I mean, so even if you go to a Thursday game and you go to a Sunday game, like 85% of injuries are because of that. I mean, that's just BS, man. Like, come on, man, stick up for your
But
player.
if you went with the 5 nights a week, you could probably make it so they have more time between games than they do now.
Yeah, I haven't got into the 5 nights a week, but I mean that just sounds outrageous to me.
I don't know. It's So I'm saying, so how they gonna if somebody played, somebody played
You could almost have
Wednesday.
3 games, a day if you did 5 days a week. But I think they would. I don't know. What they're doing is they're trying to save TV. It seems like the TV's struggling, and so they notice that people tune in for football, and they're like, "Can we get football 5 days a week?"
NFLPA, nope.
Yeah, I don't
Two
think that'll
Thursday
work.
games, NFLPA, nope.
It might not. I see how they would do it. Who would they pick to play them, and how they gonna schedule their next game? Like I said, the 49ers play Thursday. So when did they play again? Next Thursday, or will they play?
They probably play the Sunday after that.
Not good, man.
So give them probably about 10 days.
Okay.
You know what I mean? And then they could play. Then they could play after that Sunday. They could play the next Monday. And after that Monday, they could play the next Tuesday. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And then you're keeping them more than us. I could see it happening. It's just how you get the schedules with the teams and get the times all. It would be a little more of a hassle, I think, but I think you could get it done. And like I said, it would make it so we could actually concentrate and take more from the games. Because like on Sunday, how many games are you able to fully sit down and enjoy? And then when you go back and watch them, it's different. You know what I mean? It's good to watch a game live to kind of get a general feel of it, and then it's kind of good to go back and do research. You know what I mean?
Yeah. To me, I think it's all just smoke and screen to get to the 18th game. Two bye weeks, and then we're gonna go to 18 games. That's what it's gonna be.
They need to expand the amount of players we can get on the team.
Yep. I was just thinking about something. Oh, okay. When it's your team, No Border Sports, like say the 49ers beating somebody by 35-0 third quarter. Are you watching the whole game, or you turn and try to find another game?
Oh, I'm probably watching it to the end.
Me too.
I'm probably watching it till they're out of timeouts, and we're running the clock out, and we've got a first down, and they can't stop it. And I'm like, cool. You know what I mean? Especially if the score's still that.
Yeah, that's my brother used to get mad at me for, why you still watching this game? They winning, they gone. The game is over. Why don't we flip it to another station or something? Watch something else. I said,
There's still some good plays that can happen. You know what I mean? Like, people can still do some cool stuff out there.
Yeah. I was like, if we do score, I want to see what the Niners did. How did they did it? Oh, who did it? What happened? I don't want to be, come back and see, we whooped them 63-0. They don't know how they got from the 63.
Yeah.
I want to see who scored all them touchdowns.
If someone messes up, I want to know about it.
Yep. My brother, like, he always say, if my Raiders go up, and he did that. I said, look what happened to you. You left, your Raiders winning, and you left, and then you come back, and I tell you the Raiders lost. But but you don't know how they lost. You don't know what happened. And now I can't stand when other teams does it to the other team, go up 35-0. It's hard for me to watch another team doing it to another team. But my team doing it, I'm all there.
It depends. It depends on what team's on the losing end.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because you're telling me you're turning away from watching the Seahawks having a 50 burger put up on them. You're telling me you're turning around from watching the Rams having a 50 burger put on them. You telling me you're turning off the Cowboys from getting a 50 burger put on them?
Oh yeah. No, you're right. I saw that. I'd be like, ooh, let me see this. Ooh, I'm enjoying it.
I better press record.
Yeah. Ooh, look, I get to tease the Cowboy fan. Ooh, I get to tease Seahawks fan. Ooh, I get to tease Rams fan.
I might make some snacks.
Even my red brothers, I used to mess with them when the Raiders lose so bad. I'd be like, oh, did you see that? Brother, you should have saw that. Or I'll call my uncle up. Uncle. He say, shut up, Corey. Shut the up. Leave me alone. Yeah, he couldn't stand when I call him. He said, I don't call you when the 49ers lose. I said, go right ahead. And the next week, the 49ers win, he'd be like, I said, Herbert, I was waiting for your phone call. I said, when they lose, you stop calling me. And that's what that one guy said, the Tampa Bay guy that made the bet too. He kept on saying, when the 49ers lose next week, I'm going to come at y'all. I'm coming after you 49 fans. And we win. And I said, I sent him a message saying, when you coming? Oh, I'm sorry, we won again, huh? Oh, okay. Maybe next week you can come at us. Then we win again. And I say, okay, you still haven't came at us yet. And he like, Corey, if you don't leave me alone, I'm gonna block you. I said, come on. You don't need to block me. Just bring it.
Just bring it.
Yeah, I think you're right, Ryan. It's going to be the 49ers, Seattle, Rams, and Arizona.
Yep. I don't really see that cluster of the Cardinals being able to get anything going.
Yeah, I don't see it. Cardinals. I'll be surprised. Well, I won't be surprised, but I'll be like, the Rams. But I love it if the Rams can finish last. I don't too much have no beef with the Arizona Cardinal fans. It's just the Rams fans I have beef with.
There's a Cardinals content creator. He also is a journalist, but I was asking him, I was like, thinking about getting a quarterback like Stetson Bennett this year? And he was like, no, why would I waste a pick on that? And I was like, didn't you go through 4 quarterbacks this year? He's like, yeah. I was like, well, why not Stetson Bennett? Like, he wants to compete. He's like, this year's Brock Purdy. And he's like, didn't even answer. And I was like, okay, just wait.
Yeah. Yeah, I have more beef with Rams fans than Cardinals fans.
I just
See, it
think it's
goes for
funny.
me.
He's going to have
Rams.
to play us. They're going to have to play us twice this year. And, like,
Yep.
if you don't have an extra quarterback, that might be an issue.
Yeah. See, like this thing to say, I want 2 hours something. For real, I want about 3 hours something. Because my other tried to end that one. Because of this, because of my computer messed me up.
It was sabotaging you.
Yep. My nephew said, see, it's because you don't have nothing Raiders on the screen. Everything's red. Everything's 49ers. See, if you had some Raiders stuff, it wouldn't happen. It's karma coming at you. My niece said, yep, look at this. Because he always have 49ers. Everything got to be 49ers. He
I
said,
just don't understand why he thinks that having something Raiders on the show would work. It doesn't work for them.
yeah. Yep. Cause this is the questions I asked him today.
What's up?
This is the questions I asked him. Where is it? Where is the questions I asked him? Where is it? Where is it? I said, I asked him, dude, this is the last question I asked him. I asked him, would they think would Jimmy G take him to the Super Bowl? And they both said no. They both said no, no, no. I said, was this an upgrade or downgrade for y'all? They said it's both. It's a it's 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 a downgrade. Means it's not. It's an even. It's the same thing. Jimmy G is the same as Derek Carr.
No. They got a less capable quarterback who's way more attractive.
What they want too, they want a quarterback that can move around in the backfield. Don't be a stationary quarterback because they said with their trash offensive line, ain't gonna happen. We need quarterbacks mobile.
Well, I don't know. It seemed like Jimmy was doing a better job with moving around in the pocket last year. And it seemed like he was making better decisions when he was under distress.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's Brian Greasy because I don't think it was a contract year, but it could have been. I don't know how.
Yeah. See, and both of them really, they say is not as big as a deal to them because they more Oakland Raiders fan than a Las Vegas fan. To them, Oakland was the best.
How do you distinguish between the two? Like, are you still watching the games? Because if you're still watching the games, then you're a Las Vegas Raiders fan.
He said, nah, he said he might like check at the beginning game and be like, okay. And then he could say, he could care, he could switch it if he want to. Like when he was in Oakland, when it was in Oakland, he's there. He's watching him. He was season ticket opener. And he would go to every game.
So he's only going to claim them now if they win the Super Bowl. That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah. Now if they go to Super Bowl, yeah, he's gonna be there.
That's my team.
That's my team.
I was there from the first.
I'll be surprised. I'll say I would love to play the Raiders this next season. I want to face Jimmy G. What's up, Brian Cup?
I know. Wouldn't it be nice for our defense to just totally throttle Jimmy G in a regular season game?
Yep. I love it. I love to face Jimmy G. And if everyone that gets him an interception, say, I used to pick you off in practice. Now I get to do it for real.
Right? These ones actually go in my stack home.
He both said, I can hit Jimmy G now. I can hit him.
Right?
He's now on my team. Boom. Brian Cup.
What up, Brian?
Hey guys, I know it's late. I just want to come in and tell you my joke real quick.
Oh, snap.
So today, my brother got his package in the mail. He ordered his James Garoppolo jersey, right? Well, he calls him Jimmy G. So I said, that's fine. You can like him, right? So he pulls his black jersey out of the box, and I'm like quickly looking, and I see a 0, but I don't see no 1. So is Jimmy the 0 hero over there in Oakland now, or did they mess up? It's supposed to be number 10.
And it came out as number 0?
Yeah, it came out with a 0 on it. I think that's foretelling. I think it's kind of like one of those odoms, Don't cross the street when you see a black cat.
Wait a minute, is Jimmy gonna be wearing number 10? Is anybody else on the Raiders wearing number 10?
Yeah, I think he's gonna be 10. I'm kind of excited.
I don't think he's brave enough to wear the number 0.
I think it's going to be neat if we do have
actually,
joint practices.
Nathan, Jimmy has 2 rings.
Yep. He's the quarterback with 2 backup rings.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's got 2 Super Bowl rings.
Yep. He's got to love Tommy.
Mhm.
Right now, I think he's got the most
Bro.
Super Bowl rings in well, he did.
I'm pretty
until he got
sure.
traded. He had the
Pretty
most in
sure
the
he
NFC.
liked Mr. Kraft's girlfriend. I think that's from what I heard. That's
Yeah.
who he liked.
Yeah, supposedly they have a baby. That's supposedly why Jimmy got released. Well, not released, but traded out because Robert Kraft's girlfriend got pregnant. And it wasn't by him.
Yo, but he ain't gonna win one with the Raiders.
Nah.
He might. Strange things can happen.
You guys imagine how bad that would be if he wins with the Raiders before the Niners? I mean, like the Raiders' last Super Bowl was in like what 1983. Last time they won a Super Bowl. They went to the Super Bowl in 2002. They lost that one, so it's been like 40, almost 50 years since they won a Super Bowl.
Yep. Boy, if the Raiders won.
Not even getting Pat Mahomes. Yeah, Mahomes is good. Herbert's good, and then they got Russell Wilson. He's still. I mean, I'm not going to count Russell Wilson out. Not yet.
You know, that's Russell Wilson is Ryan's favorite quarterback.
Mm-hmm. He's got the shirt that says "Let's Ride."
Oh, ooh. You made it. You made the shirt,
I take
Brian.
credit for it. Hey, you and Joe had a good show today.
Yep.
Thank you. We were shooting from the hip. I thought it was a good show. We're gonna get a little better. We're starting to kind of like figure out how we want to do the show. We're gonna change it up. How do you like the idea of the name of the show called The Rivalry?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I told him let's think about. I don't know. There might be something else. Like we might be able to change it around a little bit, but keep the same pretense or context and change the words around to something we like better. But I don't know. I think that's what it's going to be.
I think so, Nathan. I think Sean Payton's going to get the Broncos into second place, at least in the West.
I don't know.
Chargers are good, but they seem to be like good one year and not good the next year, or I don't know, good one game and not the next game.
I don't know if Sean Payton's the second coming like everybody thinks he is.
Yep.
He had a lot of talent around him. He kept on doing stuff, and it seemed, I don't know, but like it seems like he got away without having to take any responsibility for that team. And it's like
he gets a lot of bad rep because of the headhunt game when Frank Gore, they said go after his helmet, and take off his head.
Yeah,
so
I'm not.
That. And then
I'm not worried about that.
But
no,
Aaron Brooks was his quarterback too, wasn't he? Before Drew Brees, and he had them contending, didn't he?
Right. I'm just saying. I don't know. I think everybody respects him, but we saw him go to the Super Bowl and win once. And everybody was acting like he's the next Andy Reid, Tom Coughlin, what's his name? Yeah, Tom Coughlin. And they're the Steelers coach.
Yeah, I think he's better probably than the Chargers coach. I think he's probably better than the Raiders right now too. Like I think the Broncos have a better defense than the Raiders. They have a better quarterback than the Raiders, I believe. So I would see them at least finishing second, possibly third, but I don't know. I think in that division it probably goes Mahomes, then it probably goes Russell just for his rings, and then it'll probably go Herbert, and then maybe Jimmy, or maybe you can tie Jimmy and Herbert, but Herbert seems to be more athletic at this point. He's not as injured.
I'd go Herbert over Jimmy all the time, anytime.
Would you go Herbert over Russell right now, or would you leave Russell at 2?
I don't know. We saw a Russell last year we didn't think we'd ever see. So
he's like riding the horse backwards or something. He did. He turned the Broncos into donkeys last year, and I'm like,
Yep.
I don't know. I mean, you guys remember when they wore the brown uniforms, the brown and yellow uniforms?
No.
A couple years ago, the Broncos came out with their old uniforms, and they're all brown. They got like yellow stripes, and it's kind of cool. Green Bay had the blue and yellow uniforms, and the New York came out with the all blue uniforms that one year because they were originally the New York Titans. I like kind of stuff like that when they do the nostalgia or the.
So when I worked at the Golden Corral, we used to get our truck, and it would come from MBM. I think it was MBM, and it would come from Colorado area. So they drive all the way from Colorado up. And there was one guy that always come on the route, and like he had this old, like he'd had this Broncos sweater forever, and it was like a pullover, sweater, not like a knitted sweater, but like a sweatshirt kind of thing, but without a hood, and it was kind of faded. You could tell it was a horse, but you couldn't really tell it was the Denver Broncos logo without looking at it for a good second. And one of the dishwashers, we always kind of messed with the guy because he was kind of, I don't know, we just kind of always messed with him. And one of the dishwashers, they're out there, there's 3 of them all standing next to each other. They're waiting to start their shift or whatever, and stand next to each other. And one looks and he goes, "Hey, nice sweatshirt." He goes, "I like your unicorn." And the guy just like got immediately gutted. Like you saw his soul leave his body. It was hilarious.
Uh-oh, here we go. Jim Everett, the GOAT. 49ers barely win 8 out of 9 games. Purdy won. Won't be the same. Sam Donald is a homer. Lance has no chance. And Rams will win the West. Boy, this guy's smoking a lot. Jim Everett, the great. What's up with Rudy troll account?
Jim Everett, the great, the Zaza account. You got that Zaza? He got that Zaza.
So Brian Cup.
Yes, sir.
What'd you say? What's your order that our division gonna be?
For our quarterbacks or for the wins?
For the wins.
I think
like the teams.
Okay, I'm a homer. I'm
how they
say
would
the
go.
Niners. Yep. At this point, I do believe the Niners are going to win the division, regardless who plays quarterback. I think they could have Bosa out there playing quarterback at this time. He might not be that bad either. But we'll say Niners, probably Seahawks. I'll say Cardinals and the Rams. The only reason I'm going to say the Cardinals over the Rams is because I think the Rams are going to fall off pretty hard. I really do. I don't think the Cardinals are going to be much better, but I think with them just having Kyler Murray there, he might be able to sneak around a little bit and people won't see him, and he might sneak in a touchdown here or there. I don't believe in Stafford's arm anymore, and I don't think his back's holding up too well either. So we'll see.
Yeah. Well, me and Ryan, we think it's gonna be the 49ers, Seattle, Rams, then the Cardinals.
Okay, I can see that happening. I just don't like the Rams, so I'm not going to root for them.
Jim ever say you sound very convincing.
Unconvincing. And I appreciate that, Jim, because I'm not supposed to be like convincing you. You're supposed to be a diehard and believe in your own team. So, if I don't sound unconvincing to you or convincing to you, that's okay.
Jim Everett.
Brian's like, I give a damn.
I don't care.
Hey, first place Rams, don't believe what your COO said. That guy was just trying to sell tickets.
Hey Jim, do you have a watermelon hat? Are you how big of a Ram fan are you? You got a watermelon hat?
Jim Everett, I want you to get the guts and come say that. Instead of typing on the keyboard, I want you to come on in here. Come on in here. Hit that link. Come on in here and say it with your voice. I want to hear your voice.
Say it with your chest.
Come on in here. See, we 49er fans, we up in here. We say it.
We say what we got to say, even if there's a bunch of ums.
Iraq Rams gear all the time. You say that, but we don't see it. We can't see it because you don't come up in here.
Is
Iraq Rams gear?
Is Iraq one of those countries that they send like the losing Super Bowl teams, shirts and stuff to? Or is that just in Africa?
Yeah.
Because he said Iraq, so I don't know.
Or the non-divisional champ shirts. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They're like, well, we printed all four of them. Rams weren't going, so they sent it to Iraq. He gets the bootleg Iraq gear.
If he rocks Rams gear, he should have him a watermelon hat, right? Because those are the true believers, right?
What's Smitty say? Jim is a, what is that picture
Kitty
of?
cat.
Kitty cat. Corey, he won't hop on. It's Rudy. Somebody sleeping?
Steve-O?
Good night, Steve-O. We will
Put him
miss
backstage.
you.
Put him backstage.
OGI, I definitely take that off another
Offer
time.
another time.
I'm too busy watching the Rams 21 Super Bowls highlights right now. You can always pause that and come in here and ain't no excuse. I could be watching right now on my phone, watching the 49ers Super Bowls and still be on here. Bro said, Iraq, bro, can't even spell.
Probably
a little kid. Yeah.
Hey, you gotta watch out for some of those little kids, man. They're really good at Madden and stuff like that. And you think you're playing a game, and they're not playing a game; they live it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I stopped playing Madden. I stopped playing Madden against my little girl. She started beating me really bad. So I got to take that loss like a champ and say, hey, maybe next time.
The Rams have definitely amped up their offense, and they're going to be firepower. Cal's got a unsolvable quarterback crisis with bad O-line under Cal Jimmy G. Finished the complete season. John Jay is back.
What's up?
What up?
I wasn't
What
planning
up?
on hopping on. I was gonna go to bed in a little bit because I got to be up in the morning. But I just got tired of typing in the chat, and I wanted to say this to the Rams fan. You're a funny man. You know, and until he hops on in here, I'm gonna call you Rudy. This is your troll account. Oh man.
All right, guys. John, good seeing you. Ryan, Corey, I'm gonna hop out. It's getting a little late. I just wanted to come and tell you guys my joke. Yeah, I guess the one fell off the jersey or something. So we'll see if Jimmy's the hero, right? All right, you guys. I'll talk to you later.
Take it easy, Bryant.
All right.
All right. Thanks, Corey.
All right. Yeah, Jimmy, you can show yourself and tell me everything. Show me you. Then I can believe that you're not Rudy. I think you're Rudy.
It's his troll account.
It's his troll account.
Oh, I was on my YouTube account, and apparently Tommy blocked him on my channel because I was wondering where did he go? So I unblocked him so he can say the ridiculous stuff on my channel. I personally don't care, Jim Everett the Great. I'm not offended of your weird dumbness.
Kyle's only in 2019 had his QB survive the entire season. Kyle Shanahan is a QB killer. What's up, 49er Minded? Yo, how you doing, man?
Yeah. This Rams fan.
What up, Bashar? What up, yo?
Yeah. All these Rams fans.
Wait, what is it?
What's up, Bashar? Ryan Cup says. I try to watch the NWO show. I've watched a little bit of it, but then I fell asleep. I wanted to see because they was all telling me that
it gets heated.
It get heated.
Oh, it's much watched television.
Okay.
I
had to go probably watch it again I had to probably watch it during the day.
And it was kind of, it wasn't as heated, but it was heated. It was kind of, we got on, this was like the same kind of tone. I wouldn't say it was heated, but it was the same kind of tone on Niners and Friends on Mariah's channel. So that's another good one to watch too. If you kind of like the and Beto was like, hey, I kind of like that. Maybe we should do that more often. I was like, I'm down.
So was it like, people disagreeing and then talking over one another, or like what was the situation?
It wasn't really like, I don't know. There was a lot of things that went down there. There was like Beto and I were going at it pretty well. And then Terradome came in and he kind of talked, he probably pretty much just talked the whole time. But yeah, no, it got heated between Beto and I.
Okay.
Not like we were like F you, F that, da 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 da. But it was like I was amped up.
So like a spirited conversation. You guys basically
it was spirited. Like, oh yeah.
Basically, just it happens. Not everyone's gonna have the same opinions. Some people have their strong feelings, but yeah, that's happens. I had a lot
Yeah.
of spirited conversations with my employers, but it never got to a point where like we were like f bombing each other and wanted to throw down. But even in real life it happens.
Yeah. Yeah. I was watching and I said I'm gonna watch it to the end, and then all of a sudden I guess I fell asleep and I woke back up. I hear Nina Sigma saying, "Oh, what a great show!" And I'm everybody have a good night, and I'm like, "Oh man," I said I missed something. I said I missed something. Man, I fell asleep. I hate when I do that. I'll be watching something and then I fall asleep, and now I can't like I'm gonna have to watch the whole thing, because I can't say skip this part, because I don't know what part I want to sleep on.
So we got onto one topic and essentially it was pretty much like it was, as far as I remember it, it was pretty much just Beto and I for an hour arguing over it. Probably 40 minutes is more accurate. But we argued over that for that long. It was interesting. It was a good show.
Mm.
Religion got brought into it, and I was like, Terradome started saying that Brock Purdy's the one because he believes in a higher power. And it's like, oh, so Trey doesn't? Like, if that's the case, Tim Tebow would be an MVP. He'd still be in the league. You know what I'm saying? Can you tell me one quarterback that that isn't like an atheist or any other form of religion other than Christian or therefore, like Steve Young, he's Christian, a Latter-day Saint. You know what I mean? Like, tell me, please. Like, it's just ridiculous.
Like, like there are three things I will never talk about on any stream. Family, religion, politics.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, like that has nothing to do with sports. Now, like I don't know what happened because again, like I'm busy. I got work, personal stuff, and but people tell me, "Hey, John Jay, did you see the stream?" Oh, I'm busy. Oh, they're talking about religion. I said, okay, that's their stream. I'm not gonna tell people what to do. But at the end of the day, I don't know if Brock Purdy is religious. I know Trey Lance is. He talks about his faith, and it's well documented. So like religion doesn't really mean anything.
That's what I'm like. It's like the same thing I've known from every other quarterback. Drew Brees. You know what I'm saying? Like, we could just go down the list of all the quarterbacks that thank God. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? Like all the players. Like, tell me that's the deciding factor in anything, please.
We'll see what happens at the end of the day. Like if Trey Lance, like say he gets the opportunity hypothetically, and he lights it up in those 4 weeks, and then Kyle's like, you know what, I want to see more Trey Lance, and then he gets better and better. It's good for us. It's good for us because they know, it means they made the right choice. But if Trey Lance, is still struggling, is still averaging like I think his career passing percentage is like 54%. If it's no improvement, Brock Purdy's there. He showed it. And personally, as a 49er fan, I just want a quarterback to stay healthy, win a lot of games, and be there for a long time.
I could accept some things people say on the show, like, you say, it might say at the beginning of the show, let's have like, that shooting in Tennessee. I think was it Tennessee?
Yes, it's in Tennessee.
If they say, okay, let's have a moment of silence
thoughts
You
and
know,
prayers. You know what I
thoughts and
mean? That's
prayers.
I got no issues with that. There's nothing wrong with
Yeah.
that. You know, you know, I really don't. I don't have an issue with you saying a little prayer. You know what I'm saying? As long as you're not taking 20 minutes to go do something like that because but if you're gonna, and it's not, I don't like things that seem pushy. You know what I mean? Like pushing the beliefs on like if you want to say, like that's okay. That's your faith. That's all right. You want to say a little prayer for the kids that died and the adults and all that. That's not bad. I've got no issues with that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's when you start saying like certain things are only obtainable if you believe, and this or like saying that Brock's the one to take us to the Super Bowl because he believes, when it's like Trey believes. Every quarterback that I know of, I thought that they were probably, and I don't know for sure. I'm sure if there was atheist quarterbacks, they're not out there talking about their, because they don't think it matters. It doesn't matter when you're in the locker room what your beliefs are. What matters, you know what I mean? Like he was saying that you have to have a higher purpose. Like you don't have to be in a religion to understand there's a higher purpose when you're in a team sport. That's the things I don't understand.
Yeah.
Just like Terror Dome, you say he came, he was on I don't know what it was.
He was on Bashar's channel.
He did a prayer.
Oh, yeah.
For them. He did a prayer.
Yeah. I don't see anything wrong with that.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's wrong with that?
Nothing.
How does I don't see how that makes anybody make anybody feel uncomfortable.
Like,
when you're trying to push something on somebody, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
that's when it becomes over or you try to make the conversation about it. You know what I mean? Especially look, I know about politics. Okay. I'm not saying I'm the smartest person about politics or I know everything when it comes to politics and I should be the president and all this, right? But I know enough about politics where I could get into debates over stuff like that. I don't have a channel like that, and it's for a reason. I don't want to talk about it. You know what I'm saying? I'm here to talk 49ers.
True. 100%. I agree. I think everyone, doesn't matter who you are. Like I know a lot of good people who are religious people. They don't talk about it, and there are who are a little bit too much, like they irritate me. And of course you have some people who are, non-faith, good people. And then you have those who are non-faith, and again, they're very irritable, just like in anything. But I think most people like myself, and that's why I'm very different than most people. I personally don't care what you do in your life. That's who you are. The same thing with the 49ers. Like whatever they do outside of football, that is their personal. But when they're in the stadium and they're playing for those 3 hours, you better perform well. That's all I'm going to judge you. If you're trash, you're trash. If you're good, you're good. After that, the game's over. I'll focus on my life. And that's basically about it. I think people who obsess with something, like I don't want to come off kind of harsh, but I think we do need to go back to a world where harshness and toughness. And I tell YTC and his friends, they're very young. They're very young. They're good. They're good kids. But I tell them that life is not rainbows and a cup of tea. Life is hard, and I think we need to go back to that and let people know we're not going to like everybody. We're not supposed to, but we got to respect people. If you cannot respect a person, you're basically telling them that they're unhuman. And I will always, even if a person like Jim Everett the Great, Rudy, and all these trolls, I'm still going to respect them. I don't time nobody out on my channel. People time out, and I tell people, I'll take the mods away. Let them talk their stuff. If they're going to be, like disrespectful or say, stuff about, oh, this person is a different color, don't bring that. Get the hell out of here. I'll block you, even if you are joking around. Don't do that. Don't do that. okay? Because it makes you look like a clown. So I don't time nobody out. I let Chiefs fan, at least I let Seahawks fans, I let all those other fans talk crap about my team because I personally don't care. But at the end of the day, just treat people with respect and just move on. Don't be, oh, I'm gonna, get you in trouble. Nah, don't do that. Don't do that.
Hmm. Yeah, it's just le- yeah. That's what sometimes I'll be thinking about when players get in trouble with the law or doing something like they get in the message dispute, and because of who they are, we're like, oh, they should be suspended. Da, 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 da. But see, they had a regular job. The jobs wouldn't say, okay, let's fire them because they got in a fight with their wives. Why don't you do what you do at your job? It should be none of your job business.
You remember when when Nick Bosa got drafted and they were like, oh, but they were all mad about his conservative views. I was just thinking like he probably doesn't even know why he shares those things on, you know what I mean? Like the root of why this is going on. He probably just shares it because his dad shares stuff like that. You know what I mean? He thinks that's cool. I don't think he has a totally fully set position. He doesn't know why, deeply why things are the way they are and why he would, vote. And I'm like, he's not here to be our senator. He's here to go after the quarterback, and he does a great job at it.
Yeah.
What does it matter what his political leanings are? They might change.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? He might not stop being a conservative, but he might move towards the center on some things. He might even move left on things. Being in the locker room that he's in with the people that he's teammates with, they might open his eyes to things. So no one's to say that the views that he comes into the league with are the ones he's going to be leaving the league with.
I agree. Like, Nick Bosa was a good athlete. Of course, he played Ohio State. I'm a big Ohio State fan. And I remember that press conference. And, yes, there was some, social media, can bite you, if someone has a vendetta against you. That's why I don't have Twitter. And Nick Bosa answered it very, very smart. My job is to sack quarterbacks. My job is to help the Niners win Super Bowls. That's my job. My job is not to, tell you my personal stuff. And again, if he believes certain things that I disagree with, hey, it is what it is. Like I know a lot of people who support,
when I meet you, I know not to bring that up because it'll ruin my image of you. But other than that, we can talk football.
Yeah, like I know a lot of people who, have those views. I think they're ignorant, but there's a reason why they believe it. They look at me, they think I'm ignorant. But one thing that we do share a common, no matter how you think, we are all human beings, and sometimes we get our thoughts and our opinions from other people, and sometimes they love listening to things like that. I don't think they're a bad person. I just think that that's what they want to believe. And personally, for me, that's why I don't talk about those, controversial topics because it always leads to like, someone who's listening, they'll come in here and then they'll start like, oh my gosh, and they'll make a huge deal out of it. So I'm a person who's like, you know what? If you think that way is what it is, I'm not gonna like scold you for it because I'm not your parent. I'm just not gonna talk to you. I think just you do your thing, I'll do my thing. Very simple. But because we live in the social media world, we have to like, oh, this person is evil. We got to do horrible things, and it goes back and forth. And all you do, you're wasting your time. So sometimes, and I'm not afraid to talk about controversial topics. I'm not afraid to, but because this is another stream, this is somebody else's. I try to keep it as PG as possible. And if I do have to talk about something a little bit controversial, I look at it in the most respectful way. But at the end of the day, I say this: I have no problem. I like Corey. I like you. I like Bryant. I like McNiner. You know, everybody. I have all love and respect for everybody. I don't look at people like this person looks like this. I look like that. I don't do that.
Yeah, I remember. Never mind. I'm not gonna go there. I was about to say something about what my niece had me to do, and it went. A war broke out on email. I got home. I was like, oh, God, I'll never do that again. Because it was a topic. It was the gay marriage topic. And my niece wanted to see how everybody feels in the family. So she knew I got everybody's email. And I put that out there. And, oh, Lord, why? I said, why did I do that? Now I got everybody arguing against each other, sending emails back and forth. I'm like, oh, God, why? I told my niece, I'm never doing that again, niece.
I don't understand why so many people are obsessed with what other people do in their bedroom as long as it's not with a child or an animal. You know what I'm saying? Like
wow.
Consenting adults, like why should anybody be worrying about what they do in the bedroom? You know what I mean? Like I don't care. I like do I want to see a gay couple making out on the sidewalk? No. Just the same way I don't want to see a heterosexual
sickness
couple making out on the. I don't like like over the top PDA out in the middle of nowhere. You know what I mean? Look, if we're at a restaurant and you're getting engaged, do whatever. You know what I mean? That's your moment. I'm not gonna bitch then. You know what I mean? But if it's a Tuesday, I don't want to see you trying to fix her back of her throat with your tongue. You know what I'm saying? I don't care. You know what I mean? That's how I am. I'm non-biased when it comes to that. Doesn't matter who you are. Doesn't matter who you love. I just don't want to see, that nasty PDA. You know what I mean? Unless you're getting engaged. If you're getting engaged, whatever, you only got one time. This moment will only come once for you. So go and do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Not a sickness.
What up, Beto?
My brother. See, me and Nine Sickness been in the group for a long time, and he was in groups. Now he's
Hey.
Instead of
wow
Taco Tuesday, it
That'll
could
bring
be
you to the table. Well, some of us.
Yeah.
I'll always plead the fifth.
Yeah, but I said me and Nine Sickness. I've been on Nine Sickness for a long time now, being in his Facebook groups. Yeah, I'm just a football person. I don't watch any other sports but football. I can't watch baseball. I go to the game and watch it, but watch it live. But
I can't do it either.
I can't sit and watch it on TV. And I watch basketball when it gets like into playoffs. I start watching some of this. Plus, the Warriors, I watch them. I'm a bandwagon when it comes to the Warriors. I'm a Warriors bandwagon.
There's nothing wrong being a Warriors fan.
As long as you're just honest about it.
Yeah, I'm a Warriors bandwagon. I don't.
Well, I played baseball like that was my living when I was in my early 20s making money and Corey knows. I showed him the pictures. Me inside AT&T ball, well now Oracle Park. All those fun stuff. So, like I played it. You know, I coached it. So it's not for everybody. It's not for everybody. Just like people who are big fans of soccer, like it's not for everybody. Football is a universal game, and I've had conversations outside of 49ers communities. Football is very universal because of what football means, not just the game. So, yeah, basketball, like I don't watch basketball like I used to. Uh, and yeah, I don't really watch baseball like it's not what it used to be. Like I remember when I was younger, it's more fun to watch. So, yeah, football, like almost like everybody watches football. Even like the Europeans, they're creating football leagues, American football. Yeah, Canada plays football. Even Mexico plays football. The Japanese play football. So,
Yeah,
you know,
me and Niners been 7 years. Um, yeah, I remember like I used back in the days. I liked the Chicago Bulls because of
mhm.
Michael Jordan.
Oh yeah.
Then I liked the Lakers because of Magic Johnson and Kobe Bryant and all
Mhm.
them. But I was in Warriors. They were really sucking back a long time ago. Hardly win a game.
Yeah.
Thank you, 96. Have a good one.
Mhm.
Have a good night.
Peace out, Beto.
California Angels. I haven't heard that in a long time.
In baseball, like I okay, let me say this. In baseball,
Angels in the outfield.
in
You know what? People can
baseball,
make fun of me. I still watch that movie.
mhm, baseball. Only time I watched it on TV a lot was like the World Series. Like when the Giants was on the World Series, I paid attention.
Hmm.
Or I paid attention to it was 1989 to when the A's and the Giants were playing each other before that big old
Oh, the,
earthquake.
the the earthquake.
Yeah.
The earthquake. The story of the man who climbed up the Candlestick Park light. I don't know if he was a maintenance worker or if he was a fan. He climbed all the way to the top, and whatever he was doing up there, it started shaking. It started shaking, and he thought he was gonna fall and perish. And for whatever the reason, the thing moved, but it never cracked. And when it stopped, he climbed all the way back down. Uh, and shout out to Candlestick Park, like it was made of pure concrete. Like the only serious damage was on the field where there were moments where uh, the grass, crumbled and the bay water started slowly seeping into the stadium, but there was no serious damage. Uh,
Mm,
there was serious damage in Oakland, like arrest I think the 62 people who passed away. Sad, you know.
yeah.
So, but yeah, like Oakland was the one that was hit the worst, and then the more wealthier part of the city, right next to the Golden Gate, apartments were on fire. So if those who've never experienced an earthquake, yep.
Yeah, I was at work when that earthquake hit.
Hmm.
I was like sweeping my floor,
Hmm.
and I didn't know it was an earthquake till like wait a minute, no, there's no, because my classroom was right next to a train railroad track, so when the trains come through there, it shakes. So I like Earth said when it started running. Oh, must be a train. But I looked out the window and said, I don't see no train. Like, okay, why is? And then I heard this late one of the some of the kids that was leaving screaming, ah! And I'm like, oh, we having an earthquake.
Yeah. And
But I didn't go get under the table or get behind the door. I just stood there like, what?
yeah. A fun fact about the earthquake, because like a lot of people who see pictures of the Golden Gate Bridge. The Golden Gate Bridge is a suspension bridge, and it moves side to side. But because people are used to that, during the earthquake, the bridge went up and down, and then side to side. It showed its flexibility for a metal structure, and people who were on the bridge, who remembered, told stories. They thought that they were going to fall into the water. They were that scared. But then the engineering, a 1930s engineer project, with held strong on a 7.1 earthquake.
Have you ever seen the footage of the Tacoma Narrows Bridge?
Oh yeah, they show that people like have like jokes about it. So yeah, I've seen that a lot.
It was the Blau Punk commercial there for a while. That's the reason why they were able to build things so well, is because they realized the frequency was the thing, and they built things to withstand.
Yeah,
my sister, she was on the Bay Bridge, and she was on the bus. If they showed a picture of the Bay Bridge, she was on that bus that was almost coming to where the freeway dropped off.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah, basically,
and
yeah.
She had to get. They said they got out the bus and had to run back the other way.
Holy moly!
I know, like for those who don't know, well now it's been I think 5 years, but the new Oakland side, but that old Oakland Bridge on the other side of Treasure Island, basically like it just dropped on a car, like it just dropped and smashed that. Sad. I'm a person when I hear loss of life, like it really angers me, but it's life. But yeah, Oakland was like hit the worst.
Yep.
I don't know what area. I know it was the freeway. I don't know what neighborhood that was.
That freeway. I can't remember the name of that freeway.
Yeah. Ricky Henderson, who is from Oakland, the baseball player who played for the A's and the Yankees and a bunch of other teams. He was like, when he went back home, because that's where he was from, and he remembered talking about it like that. He went straight to his mom first. He went to check out his mom and his siblings and his family, how they were doing, because so.
See, that's why I said I could deal with an earthquake. I couldn't deal with no tornadoes and stuff, hurricanes, and all that stuff. Because I said, look at people like they get their house fixed up, and next 2 days here come another tornado coming.
You sound like an old high school science teacher. He said the same thing. He says, I wouldn't want to live in Florida. I wouldn't want to live in Nebraska, Oklahoma, the Dakotas. He says, I do not want to live in those states because you deal with tornadoes and hurricanes. He says, I would rather live in an earthquake area where you probably would experience a major earthquake every 25 years and like 100 earthquakes that's like less than 2.0. So that's what.
I just don't want the earthquakes coming at night.
Oh, there was a recent earthquake that happened in 2019, and there was 10.
I mean, I don't want the tornadoes hit me while I'm sleeping.
Mm-hmm.
It was like 10:22 at night, and I was like, "Oh, what the heck is there a big wind?" And then I noted, the punch the shaking, and then boom, the earthquake shock. And then in 2014, this stray dog came in to the house I was living, a stray dog, and it didn't want to go home. So I said, damn it. So I put the dog to sleep right next to the door because I did not want to deal with it. Then at 3 a.m. in the morning, my door is like, like, oh my gosh, this stupid dog. And then I wake up and the dog is like passed out. It's like passed out at the door. I'm like, what the heck? I said, oh, earthquake. So,
yeah, my auntie, I'm going to her house. She got a new house because her house got damaged in a hurricane. Not that one last one they had in New Orleans, in Louisiana. I'm like, see, I can't deal with that. I said, earthquake, at least earthquake don't happen. It might happen you might get a big one. It could be a long time before you get a big earthquake.
mm-hmm.
It's not like these places that get hurricanes and all some next few days they get another one next year and another one this year and another one. I said I couldn't deal with that. I had to earthquake.
Mm-hmm.
I know when I was laying here, we just had one. Was it in January or February? Well, one of the months, and I was asleep. Somehow I felt my bed go, boom, boom, boom. I was like, uh-oh, earthquake.
Mm-hmm.
But I stayed in bed till it finished, and I got up and walked around the house to make sure the house is still standing.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Well, anyway, I got to be up in the morning, but it
Yeah.
was cool. I only came back because like every time that Rams fan, like when I pop in or always disappears. But anyway, you guys have a good night. I'm out.
Take it easy.
You too.
Yes, yes. Nathan says.
And then there was one.
Yeah, we just had a Hurricane Ian a few months ago in South Florida and got messed up. Thankfully, I live in North Florida. I lived in the south of the Bible Belt tornadoes alley.
Yeah, I don't want to deal with tornadoes. Like, I'd rather deal with an earthquake. I know what to do in an earthquake.
Mm-hmm.
In a tornado, you can be in the middle of sleeping and then have your house ripped out from over the top of you and your family thrown all over the county.
Yeah.
I'm not about that.
Mm-hmm.
No. But we do have the big one on the West Coast.
Yep.
Still now, I don't know if you guys will feel it down there, but here in Washington, there's something called a subduction zone. Sorry. And essentially, the plate we're on here in Washington is stuck on a rock out in the middle of the ocean. So it's bowing. And then at some point, it's going to go boom. And what does that? It's going to cause a really big earthquake here in Washington,
Yep.
and it's going to send a tsunami over to Japan. It happens every about 500 years.
Mm-hmm. See, something like that I could deal with because only gonna happen.
We're
gonna be
50.
Like,
we're 55 years overdue. 56 years overdue, something like that. Probably more than that now. 60 something, probably. I've been talking about that for probably about 10 years. So
see, it don't happen like you ain't happen like you just get through the storm and the storm is coming back.
Yep.
Destroy your house again.
That's why I know. Nope. Don't want to do it.
Yeah, I did my interview with the Raiders fans.
That must have been fun to talk about.
Yep.
Losing season after losing season after disappointing season. You know what I mean? Like, at least it was family, right?
Yep. Oh boy. Yeah, Steve finally left out. He finally woke up and said, "Where am I? I'm still in the background, huh?"
The big wave we have to worry about. We have the big wave to worry about. We have to worry about when half of California falls off into the ocean. It's a huge tidal wave. I see. I don't know if it's fallen off. You know what I mean? Like, because you've got the fault line there. The fault line would have to drop. That would be a pretty drastic thing that would happen. You know what I mean? I think that would be stuff happening all over the planet to cause something like that. The thing I see is I don't know, the rising tide swallowing, you know, like if like things were to heat up to the point where we started losing big swaths of ice that's on land, like Iceland and all that good stuff, and Antarctica, that's gonna make the oceans start to rise, and that's where I think you could essentially go into the ocean. There's something. So there's something they think they found the Great Flood. So about 11,300 years ago, something called the Younger Dryas happened. And it's like a mass level where they found that there was the sea level raised, oh gosh, I think it was like 50 feet or something like that, which changed, like, it might even been more, but they changed it by 50 feet. And that's supposedly the same time Atlantis went down. So, you know what I mean? Like, there's like, that's like one of the big, that's like the flood event that they talk about in the Bible. And they talk about in Egypt and all that stuff, like all the religion's origin stories. It's the flood. So they found that 11,000 years ago. That's what they were working back to. And that could have been like they think there might have been like an ice lake that was held up by like an ice dam. And then they think we went through like the tail of like a meteor, and like, well, that's not how the best way to put it. There's some kind of like debris field that we fly through twice a year, and they think that we flew through something that had just broken apart and had big chunks, and those big chunks caused like the ice dam to break. And they think that water escaping out of the ice dam caused the Badlands that are here in Washington, because it looks like a whole bunch of water came over and just started falling down off of something. And as it did that, it just like started eroding everything away. And there's actual ripple marks, like when the wave recedes from the beach, and it does it really quick. Sometimes it'll leave that little ripple effect in the sand. You can see that on the ground, and it's like 20 feet high. These ripples are like 20 feet high and like 50 feet across. So they're huge.
Yeah.
That's what I worry about. Flood.
Yeah. I think sometime that movie, I think it was 2012, or was it 2012, where they said we gotta go all the way to China, get on this boat thing, this ship thing. You see that movie?
I owned it. I saw it when I was really inebriated. The one part that messed with me is when people were freezing. When thing was like freezing, like immediate. I was like, oh, that's not cool. How do you outrun that? I was like, how do you outrun that? That's bull. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Like everything automatically like freezes, like to
But
absolute zero.
I'm wondering, is that because they put the movie out? Like, is that true? There's gonna if stuff like this happen, that they're gonna have a boat like that ship already built. Only rich people are gonna be able to go.
Well,
Billionaires.
so they started doing that kind of instead of a boat, they're building like bunkers and mountains, and you can buy yourself like an apartment in there, and then you can whisk your family off into safety. And I'm just like, oh man, some of these people, like, think about this, like, once you don't make enough than the other people that are in there, and you don't have enough money than the other people in there, now you're their slave. You know what I'm saying? Now you're their worker.
Yeah, I'd be thinking about that and say, huh,
Mm-hmm.
that might be true. See, they made a movie of it. It might be true. It
Well,
might be.
it's like we sit here and bicker, over politics amongst each other and stuff like that, where the people in power are sitting back laughing because they can buy both parties.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So we're sitting here bickering over this while they're buying our representatives, and we're at each other's throats, and they're back staying in power, laughing.
Yep. Yep. But I can't wait till this football season though start. I can't wait for the draft.
What's up? Uh-oh.
I can't wait for the draft. And
Me too.
I just want to, get all this, say, oh yeah, we got this player, we got this player. Did we move up? I want to see what we do. Because I saw I was watching before I went to Dallas today, Kelts and Ryan had did a little mock draft.
I seen you. I was in there with you.
And then he was like, he wanted to go get this offensive tackle, so they moved up to go get him. But when they moved up, he was gone. He wasn't there no more. So sometimes you be making that, you can take that risk. Somebody you might be looking to go, you move up and you saw something, say, shit, He's not there.
That's why if you notice a lot of teams, they'll move up immediately. Like what they'll do is they'll say, hey, we're thinking about taking this pick. What are your thoughts? And they'll iron the detail out beforehand. And then they won't so then another team won't see, oh, the 49ers moved up right now. That tight end's still on the board. You know what I mean? So then other teams are like, well, we better get that tight end now so the 49ers don't get them. Or whatever position, obviously. But so they do that. The stuff you do before the draft to move up, that's just kind of like you're making a big, massive move that you probably wouldn't be able to iron out the night of.
Yeah.
So the sooner you can get it done, the better.
Just like they say the Niners move up to third in front of Atlanta because Atlanta was going to take Trey. Atlanta said they were going to take Trey Lance. But then we took Trey Lance, so they had to go with a tight end.
I'm just so upset. I think they're just going to let us they're just gonna squander 3 picks away because they just want to win now, and Brock Purdy is supposedly the crowned guy already, even though he's got some things that need to be worked on. So I'm kind of like frustrated because I don't think there's going to be any sort of a repercussion for it either. Like, it's not going to be like, you guys totally messed up here, you guys need to be held accountable. I think it's going to be like, it's the price of doing business, and that's not how I want things to go.
Yeah, I think so too. I don't know. I love Brock Purdy. You know.
Bryant says we should have went for the tight end. That's a great call, Bryant. They should have just, if they got Trey, they should have just ripped the Band-Aid off immediately. Kyle's like, oh, I've got this system. It's so good that I can, win with any quarterback. And then he gets Trey and he's like, except for this quarterback, I can't win with this quarterback. I've got to change the scheme up totally. And it's like, no, why don't you just run the same scheme? Give the man some bootlegs here and there.
Yep.
Force him to learn your system by playing in your system, but also giving him easy outs and some downs, just to, like, if he's on 3rd and 7, give him a bootleg. If he continuously gets in 3rd and 7, if the run game, obviously he's not getting many yards and they're continuously in 3rd and 7, maybe start throwing the bootleg in on 2nd down, so they don't think it's always going to be a 3rd down, it's going to be a bootleg. So maybe on 2nd down, maybe you can try and, like, get the 1st down at that point with the bootleg. There's lots of things you could do by use, and I'm saying a bootleg just because I know that he's something he's good at and that he's used to. So I think that should be what you're doing.
You know what? A lot of people hated it, but I liked it when they did that, when they were doing that switcheroo with Jimmy G and Trey Lance. Bringing in Trey Lance, boom. Bringing in Jimmy G, doing the preseason.
So,
game.
but I see.
I liked it, but I know what people saying. It's gonna cost. It's gonna.
I think Kyle's biggest problem was that he couldn't anticipate what coverages they were going to give him with Trey Lance out on the field, which I understand that. But I see, I don't know, like, there's things you could do with Trey Lance that you can't do with the other quarterbacks on this team, or the quarterbacks that we had on the team. And I think that's the shortcoming of this team, is being able to score at a moment's notice by going deep. And we don't have to always do that. Like, Bryant and I have had it out about it. Like, it doesn't necessarily have to change the whole identity of the offense, but it needs to put a thought in the back of the defense's head at every moment in time. And that's why we wanted him. Holy crap, Corey.
Yeah.
It's midnight.
Yep. Yeah, I said I'm presumably just shut down, and go probably see what damage my brother did to the kitchen. Probably need to clean it. I hate waking up in the morning and my kitchen is a mess.
Oh, Corey got to have a clean kitchen, huh?
Yep. And I do the dishes. Good morning, Faithful. Oh,
damn.
Yeah.
Yep. Good morning. Nathan says it's 3 a.m. for him.
And I don't know how Nathan does it. He must don't have to work in the morning. Yes.
All right. I think I'm getting off, sir.
All right. Yeah, I'm about to close it down. I did my with my nephew niece, and so I probably did 5 hours. Even though, it's sitting up there 4.
Yeah. You had a little intermission.
Yep.
Well, I hope you get some sleep tonight, Nathan.
Yep.
All right, and I'm out. Take it easy. Thank you
All
for
right.
having me on, Corey.
You're welcome.
Peace.
Thank you for coming on. Well, thank you, everybody. Yeah, I'm gonna close it down now and gotta go do some things. Yep. I'll see you tomorrow on trivia. Tomorrow, 8 o'clock Pacific time. And I know it's gonna be 11 o'clock on your side, Nathan. But y'all have a good night. See you later. See you tomorrow. And have a good one. I guess I'll do this for the ending today. I didn't bring my other thing up. Where is it? Come on. Here we go. 30.